Welcome to Macrocode. If you are new to this channel, consider subscribing. So today we are going to build an offline fast poultry stock eggs collection system. So on this particular system, we are going to build a mobile app that is going to be used by eggs collection agents who actually goes to the farm and collect eggs from the farmers. Then they go to the store where those eggs are going to be checked, weighed, and actually processed. Now we have three apps that we are going to build. So we have a mobile app that is going to be used to collect eggs. We also have the API that will be communicating between the mobile app and the dashboard. That is the main backend system. So for the mobile app, we are going to use .NET MAUI. This is meant for field agents. Then we are going to use Blazor for admin and web portal. Then we are going to use SP.NET Core Web API for backend. And this is where we'll be going to connect with also the database. So our database for the AP, that is backend, is actually SQL Server. We're going to use SQL Server. We'll have JWT Authentication for our mobile app and Signal R for real-time updates that is on the dashboards and any kind of notification. So what I want us to start with is we are going to start with building the mobile app, which is going to be used by the agents to collect data from the field. So the first thing that we are going to do is we'll have our Visual Studio. So this is Visual Studio 2026. So if you don't have it, you can install it, and it will give you all the updates that we are going to use for today's video. So on just to start, we are going to create our first project, and we are going to start with building our mobile app. And our mobile app will have two capabilities. It will have an online option and also an offline option, where the field agents can go collect data in the field without any internet connectivity. And then once they are done, they come back and upload data. Or when they are in a good place where there is internet, then they can upload data automatically to the server. So now we have a lot of templates here. So the first thing that you need to check is you can search for NET MAUI. So you'll be able to see a lot of templates here. We'll say MAUI. So you can see we have .NET MAUI class library, we have .NET MAUI Blazor hybrid, and then we have .NET MAUI app. So for today, we are going to build a .NET MAUI app. So I'll select this, then I proceed next. So after doing that, then I'll just proceed directly to give it my name. So this is the project name. So I'll say this is poultry eggs. I'll say eggs collection system, or I call this poultry eggs collection app. So poultry eggs collection app. Then you'll choose the location of your project where you want your project to be stored, and then I'll just proceed and say next. So then for the framework, so the latest framework is .NET 10. So I'm going to use the latest one, which is actually on long-term support, but we also have .NET 9, depending on what you have. We have .NET 8. So for me, I'm using .NET 10. So I'll just go to .NET 10. Then we have include sample content. So here, if you check this particular option, then it will include some sample content on your app, which you can actually borrow and use it to code. So, but for my case, I don't want the sample content, so I'll just proceed and uncheck this. So I'll want to have a free app that I can start adding my new options. So I'll just proceed and say create. Now my app will be created. As you can see, my app is being created, and I have all these options here. So I have my .NET MAUI app. So what does .NET MAUI stand for? So .NET MAUI is a .NET multi-platform app UI. Is a cross-platform framework for creating native app and desktop apps with C# and XAML. So for .NET MAUI, you can write your code once and run it in Android, Mac OS, and even Windows. So as you can see, we have our project created. We have our myprogram.cs file, which is actually the entry point to our application. Then we have our main page. This is a sample home page screen. Then we have our app shell, which will be having our navigation menu. Then we also have our app.xaml. We have resources where we have our app icons, the fonts. We have the images, the raw files, splash screen, and styles. Then platform that are actually targeted by .NET MAUI. We have the Android. So in case you have platform-specific code, then you will write them within this particular section. So you have the Android section. You can see we have Android manifest, main activity, and main application. We have iOS, we have Catalyst, and even Windows. Then you also have properties. So I think the first thing we've done is we've just created our first app. So I want us to let me see why our app is not. I think it's still. I want us to launch our application and see, and we are going to use an Android emulator. So I'll just launch our app. Then we see how our app looks like. So if you're new to this channel and you haven't subscribed to Macrocode, ensure you subscribe, like the video, and also comment down below. So I'll just, so this is my emulator. Let me just, so remember when we had an option for sample content. So for the sample content, if you check that particular option, it will give you such kind of information. So you'll have an app with this option, but for our case, we did not check that. So we'll have a free template. So let me just wait for our app to launch. So let me just try to, I think it is trying to launch. So as you can see on my screen here, we have, it's trying to, so this will be a bit slow for the first time, but in the subsequent options, it will be okay. Now, we are going to build this mobile app, and we are going to use SQLite, which will store data locally within the tablets that are going to be used by the field agents to collect eggs in the field. Then once they are back or they are within a good internet connectivity, then they can just upload the data directly to the server. So that data can be reviewed and checked. Then also creation of users, for example, users, reports, and also other admin tasks will be done within our backend system, which we are going to build using a Blazor. So for today, if you want to see how this particular series is going to go, stay tuned. Subscribe to Macrocode, like the video, and you can comment down below in case you feel we need to add some other options or even how we can improve the application. So we'll really appreciate if you can share your thoughts and how you want us to proceed. So my app is launching. So as you can see, it's almost done. So in the meantime, I'll appreciate if you subscribe to our channel, like our video, and you can even share our stream to anyone you feel they could benefit from this particular series. So we're going to build for the entire day our whole solution from the mobile app, the API, and even try to see if we can achieve the backend bugs. So if this doesn't complete, so we'll also be doing this tomorrow, just to ensure that you're able to complete that. So as you can see, our app is still launching. So this is how the .NET MAUI looks like. So you can see, so let me just, I think it is, let me just show you. So this is how the app looks like. So it's almost done. Let's just give it some time, and then we should be good to proceed. So for the first time, it's a bit slow, but I hope going forward, we'll be able to launch it faster and we can proceed and do other things. So can we do any other thing here? So let's just wait, then we can proceed. We don't mix any other things. So it's, let me just confirm. So waiting for the emulator to be ready. So let me just switch this. It's almost done. Let's just wait. Let me stop that emulator and we can start it again. Let's just relaunch. It's taking time, but once it launches, then we should be good to proceed and add a few information. So I think let's just give it some time to launch, then we should be good to go. So maybe as it launches, so we can go through some of the areas here. So maybe we can start adding some nuggets as we wait for it to launch. So we said we are going to use SQLite. So what I want us to do, I want us to add some nuggets. So I'll just right click on the project. I say add. No, I think even it doesn't allow us to add. We come here and say, does it allow us to add some nuggets? Yeah, it's deactivated. So you can see here it's deactivated. We have to wait for it to launch. So I thought I will have this emulator is taking long. You know why? Let me try to stop it. I think it's running. I'll try to stop it. Then if I try to run it again, it should actually launch. So let's just see. We're trying to launch. Yeah, I think it's now starting. So it should be good now. So we should be able to see our first .NET MAUI app without any challenges. So let's wait. So I want to use emulator so that we're able to see it. So yeah, I think it's okay now. So I had to stop it so that it's able to relaunch. So our first app, I just want to see us without doing anything, how our emulator looks like and how our first .NET MAUI looks like before we add any kind of content in it. So we are going to have create our application, and we said we are going to use SQLite, which will be storing data within our app. Then we'll allow users to be able to connect to the server once they are online, just to ensure that they push data and we can receive and see the data from the other side. So our device has been found, as you can see here, and it's going to launch. So let's just wait. I think it's ready. So our app is there. So let's just wait. As you can see, there we go. Our .NET MAUI app is launching, and we should now be ready to see how our app looks like. So as you can see, so it will give us just an empty page welcoming us to .NET MAUI, and we should be good to now see how the app looks like, and we can add more pages and even do other things. So you can see this is our .NET MAUI app. It says hello world. So this is our first app. So if you haven't created your first app in .NET MAUI, then you should congratulate yourself for having created one. So you can see this is our .NET MAUI app. So if you click here, it will just be counting the number of times you click. So that is good now. So I'll just stop the app, and I want us now to proceed and do other things. So we said our app is going to use SQLite. So I want us to install some new NuGets. So I'll just right click, then say NuGets. So the first NuGet that I want us to install is I want us to install Poly. So this is our Poly is a .NET resilient and transient fault handling library. So I'll just click on it, and you can see it is used by 1.25 billion downloads that has been done. So I'll just install that. So it will give you a pop-up, just apply. I'll also install SQLite. We said we are going to use SQLite to store our data locally. So I'll install SQLite raw. Just install and ensure you install the latest. I'll install that. So, and you can see I have so SQLite raw lib. So we can install another one called SQLite net. I'll say SQLite net. So there we go. So this one, I'll install that as well. I'll also install SQLite net PCL. I'll just install that, and I'll install SQLite. So I'll SQLite. So this is SQLite. Then I'll say PCL raw. So we have SQLite PCL raw provider, then SQLite 3. So I'll install this. Then I'll also install SQLite raw provider. So I'll say that provider. Then I'll have my, so that is provider. Then we have I want dynamic. This one, dynamic CDCL. I'll just install that. Apply. Then I install also bundle green. So I'll say SQLite raw bundle. So I'll say here bundle. So you can see this is SQLite bundle green. I'll install this. Then I also installed SQLite. SQLite net. SQLite net. We have PCL. I wanted to install SQLite raw. So I'll say SQLite raw. Then co. I just want to have all the features. I think we have that. So then we said we wanted to have these lib SQLite, but that one, do you even need it? I don't think we need it. So another thing that I want us to install on this particular is we need to have Syncfusion. So you can install Syncfusion. Syncfusion, then I'll say .maui .toolkit. So I want us to install Syncfusion. You see this one. So this is the package that contains all the free Syncfusion toolkit components. So I'll just install that. I'll click on it and say install. Then you are also going to install some NuGets called refit. So it's installing. So I'll just apply. Then I'll come here and say I want refit. So you can see, so the refit is automatic type save REST library for .NET MAUI. I'll just install the refit and also factory. I'll do that. I'll also install factory. And I can also do Newtonsoft. I'll also install this. There we go. So another thing that I want us to install is the community toolkit. So I'll just say community toolkit. We'll need it. So, and here we want our community toolkit MVVM. So you see this one. This is what I want. So you can install. I think we can have this, and also you can do this. This should be fine. Let's just have that. So since we have those NuGets, I think we can also have SCR. Let me just have SCR. But SCR, I think dialogues. I don't know if it's there, but it was deprecated. So let me just leave that one. So if you go to our app now, we'll see some. If you just click on Poultry project, you'll be able to see the NuGets that we just installed. And here are all the NuGets. So you can see all these NuGets. So all these are the NuGets that you have. You have Poly, you have Refit, HTTP Client Factory, Newtonsoft, SQLite, Bundle Green, Core, all this. So we have all these done. So that's the first step that you need to ensure that you have. You should be having all these packages. So once that is done, I want us to create a folder. Let's create a folder called database, and we are going to store all our database objects there. So you can see we have a folder now called database. So on database, I want us to create a class, and we are going to call that class data store. So I'll just click here new, and I'll say here this is a data store. I'll just create that class. So the first thing that we have there is our data store. So on this data store, so we can have this as public class data store, and you can see we have everything ready. So the first thing that I want here is our constructor. So I have my constructor here, as you can see. So we now need to establish our SQLite connection. So the first thing I want us to do is I'll say here private. So I want us to declare our namespace. So read a string, then we say namespace, and you can see it is able to give us the namespace. So this should be private read only, then name space. So just put the S to be capital so that it's not case sensitive. So the namespace is the name of our project, that is Poultry Eggs Collection. Ensure this is correct. You can even right click and copy from there and paste it here. Then do dot a database, then just put in a dot there. So once we have that, I want us to also define our SQLite connection. So I'll say private, then I'll say SQLite connection. So you can see it is giving us. So I'll say SQLite connection. Then because it is giving, so you need to import. So you can see we are using SQLite. So we need to import using, and you should see it at the top here. So that's what we need to do. Then we have our, so we can call this underscore database. So we call it underscore database. Then on our app, we need to say if we say underscore database is not null. So if we say that is not null, then we can return. Then else we need to establish our connection. The first thing is under database. Then we say new SQLite connection. Then we need to get the path. But to get the path, I want us to have, we can create a folder called, let's create a class called constants. So I'm going to have another folder where we are going to call it, let's create a folder called, I think we can, let's create it called models. But for our constant, I want us to place our constant class within the database. Then I'll call this constants. So we're going to store anything that does not change here. So I'll just have that. Then the first thing that we want to have here is our database connections. So you can see the database file name is what we need to first have. So, and you can see our database file name, we are calling it X collection, then .db3. So the database for SQLite is a .db3. Then we need to have SQLite flags. So the first one is read write, create, and shared cache. Then we can have our database path. I'll just remove this. So I can define here, I can say public static. So this does not change. Then I can say string database path. So I don't need all of this. So I can just say here equals. Then I'll say path. You can see I'll say path equals to path combine, then file system up directly, then I pass the database file name. So this is the first thing that we need. So I'll just close it there. So we have our constant. So we need to go back to our data store. So on our data store, we need to have now on our SQLite here, it requires the database path. So I'll say constants dot database path. Then I need also to pass the flags. So I'll say constants, then dot flags. So, and you remember these flags. So if you click on constants, you'll see our flags, and you have our database file name, then you have our path. So our path has the folder and the database file name. The database file name is eggs collection.db3. So that is our database file name. So if you go back to the database, then we have this particular file already created. Now we've created our database store. So the first thing that we need to also have is we need to register our database file, so that whenever our app launches, it will actually first create the database without doing anything. So here I'll just come to our program, MAUI program.cs. Then I'll say here builder.services. Then .add singleton. Then I'll have my data store. I'll say data store. There we go. And everything should be okay. So let me just move this a bit. So you can see we have our data store, but we need to also add that somewhere else. So if we go to our app shell, if we go to our app, we need to ensure that our database is created every time we launch the app. So I want us to do one thing. So I want us to say public static data store, and you're going to say here, this is our database. We are going to say here, we can say get, then private set. Then every time our app launches, we need to say data store database, say database equals to, we need to instantiate this, then our data store. So that's the first thing that we need to do. So we'll now have that. So I want also to have, we can say here public, say static app dot current. So you can say I'll just have, say here app current, and I can do this. It doesn't have to be that. This is a small. So I think that's the first thing that you need to do. We have our MAUI program, so we have it here, and we've added it. Whenever the app launches, it will always create our project. But now, remember we had added some few NuGets. So we need also to do some things here. So the first thing is within our MAUI here, we need to have our community toolkit. So you can say use MAUI community toolkit. If we just do that, I don't know if we had we need to use, we need to install this particular toolkit. So let's just add here. If we do, let me remove this first. So if we right click, add NuGets, we say MAUI community. Do you have my community toolkit? So I'll just have this. I'll install this. And there we go. So we should be good to proceed. So let's just have it installing. So if you're watching our video and you haven't subscribed, please consider subscribing, like the video, and also comment down below. We noticed 90% of you guys are watching our videos and you haven't subscribed. So consider subscribing and also like the video. So you can also comment down below where you are watching us from, which we can actually interact on the chats. So our app is installing. Let's just wait. So as in, so let's just wait. I wanted it, so it's taking a bit some time. So I wanted it to have, so it's installing our collection view. That is our community toolkit. But now I wanted us to also add some few things. So the first thing is, let's just wait and see. So it's almost there. So, but now I want us to add pages. So we can create a folder called pages where we are going to have all our pages. I'll just create a folder called pages. And these pages will be something like login, all the pages that we are going to interact with on the mobile app. So I'll just right click, new item. Then here on this particular menu, we are going to choose .NET MAUI. So you click here, .NET MAUI. Then this particular section, we choose the MAUI, .NET MAUI content page, XAML. Then I'll just say this is a login page. Login page. If I just click here, I'll just have my login page. So you can see we have our login page here. And I can also click and say, do you need even, or we can use our main page as the home page. What do you think, guys? So I think we can use our main page as the home page. But now for the login page, I have my login page. As you can see, this is welcome.NET MAUI. We don't have anything. So I want us to create another folder. We are going to have our view models. So call it view models. So that is our view models. And for me, I want us to create, for every page, we have its corresponding view model. So I'll just have my login page. Then here I'll say class. Then I'll have my view model. So I'll call it login page, then add view model. So I usually find it easy when you add the page, then you just put in a view model. So I'll have my view model, then I put in my constructor there. So for every page here, we need to register it on our, we need to have it on our MAUI program.cs file. So to register it, I'll just come here and I can say, I'll just say this is pages. Then I'll say builder. So this is builder.services. You can see, so this is now installing, so you can just accept it. And you can see it as, so these are we need now to add it on our, so you can just proceed and add it. So let's just come back here. So we wanted to add our, so I'll just say here dot MAUI community toolkit. So this is what I wanted. And I remove that. So that should be fine. So here we should remove this. Then we can import it. So we'll just import it. Then we'll have our page. But another thing that we need is our view models. So remember we have, so you can say this is a singleton, then we can have our login page view model. So you need to have those two things there. But also, we also need it in our app shell. So how do we do that? We go to our app shell. And then here, we actually register the root. So we'll say, you can see it has even proposed for us. So we just do, you see we have routing, register root, names of pages. I remove that. I just want to import it. Then I can say here, using. So we should be having these at the top here. So that's the first thing that you should consider. So after that, so we have our login page. So the first thing that we should, so we now have our home page and even the login view model. But now we need to bind our login page with our view model. So the first thing that we need to do is we are going to say here, I'll just copy our view model, then I'll add it here, then I'll say here VM. Then we can say here this dot binding context is equals to VM. So then we'll be having our login page. You can imagine that simple. So the first thing that we need now to do is we need to add some things. And one thing that I want us to do is we need to add a class called settings, which will be storing some of the details. So remember, we are going to log into our mobile app. And whenever we log into our mobile app, I want us to ensure that we are able to do some things. So so this is our login screen. So this login screen of ours, I want us to build it, to add the login buttons, the username, and all these fields that we require. But before that, so I want us to remove this. So you can say this is we don't need the title. So even for the login screen, we don't need the title. I'll just remove this, and I can say here shell. Then I say dot navbar. So I don't want to have our navigation bar menu as visible. Then I can also say here, I also want some Syncfusion things. So I'll say XMLS SF. Then I can say, so I'll want Syncfusion. So I need to import that. So I'll just have here Syncfusion toolkit. So I'll just say equals to, or equals to. Do you have Syncfusion here? So do you see Syncfusion? So HTTP, we do this. Then you can see here we have schemas, syncfusion.com, MAUI toolkit. So I'll need that. So once we have that, so then I think that's the best thing that we can have. Then we can have a background color. So let's say we can set actually a background color. Then I just want this to be white. So I can have here, I can say app theme binding. Then I can say dark. I'll have my color, I can say white. So I don't know if we have a white color. So if you go to resources under styles, you'll see two things. We have the styles and even the colors. So if I just go to colors, then I should check if we have the white. You see we have white here and black. So in case you want the colors that are not here, then you can define them. So you don't need to add code. So you can see you have different colors here. So I'll just now use our white and black. So if I go to login page, I should now be able to use the white. Then I can also say light. So this is, I can do this. Then I can say static resource. I can do black. So that's fine. So we have that. So on our home page, so I want us to remove, so I want us to do here content, page content. So you can see that. Then I want us to have, a grid. So you're going to set a grid here. So I'll say grid. Then horizontal options. You can say fill and expand. Then vertical options. You're going to say, so this is vertical options. You're going to say fill and expand. Then I'm going to close our grid. So this is our grid. So within our grid, I need to have grid rows. So this is my rows. So I'll have these as I'll say here auto. Then I can have this as star. Then I can have, I need to close the row definitions. So I can say row definitions. Then here, I can just do this. Then that's fine. So the next thing is I can add an image. So I can say image, grid, then dot row. So this is our first image. So you can see here it has given us, so I'll just say the source. So that's the source of the image. I'll just do this. So these are some of the styles. We don't need it. So let's just do this. So I love that. So let's remove this. So we have our image. So you can see our source, aspect, then height, height request. You see is so height here we can do, for example, 130. Then that's fine. So the next thing is I want us to put now some aspect to it. So here I think I can do, let's say we can do a border, say border, then grid, sorry, grid, grid dot row. So that's our first row. So it's trying to propose. So it's trying to propose for us. So just a minute. Just hold on there. Hello. Oh. Yeah. So sorry guys. So I want us to proceed. So I'll just come here and we can do so here we have our grid. Let me just remove this. It's confusing. Don't want us to give us any suggestions that we didn't provide. So I'll just come here for our grid. I'll just say this is first row. Then you can say, you can do your margin. Then 5. Then you can close this. So then I'll say here border. Say here border dot stock. Then I can just close this. Then I'll have linear. I'll say here linear dot. Then I just want to put in some colors. So starting, you can say starting point, then end point, and say here 0, 1. Then we can say gradient stop, can have our color, and then this, you can say this is a black. Then we have our offsets, you can say 0, 2. Then this is a 1, 0. Then within our linear gradient, so we need to close this. So we need to have that linear gradient brush. Then within our stroke, we can have our border, and say border, then dot stroke, stroke. So this should be stroke shape. Stroke shape. Then we have that. Then corner radius, you can say this is 30. Then you can close this. So we're just building our login screen. So remember, now I think we are done with that. So within the border here, I want us to do some things. So here I want us to put in a vertical layout. Then you can say padding. You can say padding equals to 20. Then spacing 15. Then you can close this. So that's fine. Then we can have our label. Say our label. So this is our label that will be seen on our app. So you can say this is text. You can say here. You can give the name of our. So it's a poultry eggs collection system. So that's the name of our file, of our app. Then style, we can just remove this for now. Horizontal options, we can put it at the center. Font size, we can define actually the font size. You can say 24. You can have here font attributes. You can say this is to be bold. Then text color, text color. So here I want us to go to colors, and we can define our color. So you can see this color here. Which color? This looks better. We can do here, and then you can say this is primary PECS. So you can say this is our primary X collection system color. So we go to our login page, then we can have this. We can say here static resource. Then we can have that particular color. You say primary, so you'll see it here. So you see we have it here. So instead of hard coding, so in case you want to change that color, we'll just go to colors and we change it from here. So you don't have to go through the entire pages and changing all those colors. So that is a good thing. So I'll just go to login screen and we have that. So the next thing that I want us to do is we now have our name of the app. We can do here another label and say label. So you can see here, you can say log into your account. Log into your account. Then font size, we can say this is 10. So these are small instruction. Then color, we can still do the same. Then it's still center, and we can have the attributes. So you can say font attributes should be bold. So that's fine. Now the next thing that I want us to do is to define the user input. So we'll do here SF. We are going to use the Fusion. So I'll do SF text input. I'll do text input, and you can see it as given us the, we'll say here our hint. So this will be hint, and then this is we can say, can remove this here. Then I can have a container type. I'll say outlined. Then corner radius, outlined corner radius, I'll do 8. So then the margin, should we even specify the margin? So let's just remove this. Then within this particular section, I'll close my Fusion, that is text input. But inside, I'll put my entry. So I'll say here entry. Then I'll say placeholder. Enter username. So here we'll say enter username. Username. Then keyboard. This should be text. So you can specify even the keyboard. So then I can close this. So that's what you can see here. So the same case, I'll just copy this and paste it down here. So, but for this case now, it will be password. I'll just say here, we can use pin. Let's just say pin. Then our outline corner radius is 8. Then placeholder, we can say enter pin. Then this one keyboard, we say is text. We say is numeric, because we just want to be generating pins. Then we say is password. This is password. We don't want when users are typing password, then they are able to see what they are typing. So you can change that. So this is numeric. So then the next thing that we need to do is, so we have our input. Then down here we can have our activity indicator. And we say it's running. You can just put it for now true, but I'll show you how we can control that. Then after that, we need a button. So a button to say you are logging in. So you'll say here, this we need a button. And you can see the button here is saying login. We have our color, all that, horizontal options. Do we need that? We can have our outlined, so we need to have a corner radius here, which says, so we can do here 20. Then down here, we can have our forgot password. I can just say, I think for now, let's just have it that way. So that is our app. So I think we've done most of the things. So we have our vertical layout, border, grid, and then content. We close that. So let's format our app. So here, what is this telling us? So we have here our horizontal options. So it's telling us fill expand is obsolete. The stack expansion option is duplicated. So we can say this is fill. Is that okay now? This is also, let's do fill here. So for now, I think I want us to launch this particular section just to ensure that we are able to see what works. But before doing that, I want us to check something on our home page. So on our home page, when we launch our app, it is taking us to the home page. But before doing anything, we need to ensure that we have so we need to create a model. So let's just go to database. We need to create a model called let's call these mobile app users. So we'll say mobile app users. So when someone is logging in, we need to store their details locally. And also we will be interacting with the mobile, that is the API. So we need to ensure that you're able to know the details they are using. So the first thing that we need to have is we need to have their username and PIN. So remember here we are using, so this will be int and this one will be PIN. So this, so I think I can store it as string, or let me just have it as int. Then here, this will be username. Then on our database, we need to have some things. So for this ID, whenever we get the data from the server, we need to tell our database this is the primary key and it's unique. And it's not here. This will be pulling it from the server. We need the username and PIN. We can have some things here. So let's have first name. Let's have middle name. So this data will be coming from the server, so don't worry about it. Middle name. So I just want to show you some things. Middle name. Then we can have here last name. Then we can have our public string. You can say here this is full name. Then I can say here. So you see we have here, we've done here interpolation. We have first name, middle name, and last name. Then that is our full name. So we'll have our users here. So we now have our username, PIN, and all this. So we can also have email address here. Email address, and we can also have the phone number. I'll just say here phone number, and we can do this as let's just have it as string. So these particular users that we have here, I want us to check something. So we need to go to we need to register this user within our app and ensure that we are able to see that data within the mobile app. So we'll take these users, go to data store, and we need to register this table. So how do we register it? So you can see we'll do database.create table. Then we have our app users. So the app will actually create this table within the app. So whenever we log in, we're able to reference it. So we now have a table called app users, and you can see we use database, and this is the SQLite connection. So if you go now to our login page, I want us to use our main page as the home page of our app. So we need to check some things within this particular page. So the first thing, I'm going to remove this counter, and I'll go to main page, and I'll also remove this. On click, let me just remove all this. So I want us to create our view model. So I'll remove all this as well. I want us to create a view model for our main page. So I'll just click class here, Then main page, then we'll say view model. So that is it. So I'll have here my view model, and I'll also have, I need my constructor. So I'll say CTR. So let me try to zoom in. CTO. So here I'll come to program.cs, then I'll say here this one, then I'll say this one, add single tone. Then you have our main page. Then here I'll just do that. So we have our main page. So here I have this. So the next thing that I need to do is I'll go to our main page and we need to bind it. So the first thing that I'll do here, I'll say public. Then I can say here main page view model. Then here I can say so this is our main page view model. Then here I'll just do, okay, so I can do something like this. I'll say this dot binding context. I'll just do that, or then I can say this is equals to, I can do something like this. So that's fine. But now I want us to create something, and I want us to create something called where we are going to store our data locally using preferences. So the first thing that I want us to do is I want us to create a folder called helpers. So let's call this helpers. Then here I'm going to say this is I'll create a class called settings. So this is my class. Then on this particular class of mine, I want us to have some key things that we are going to define here. The first one is I just want to have here, you can do here public. I'll say private static. Then I'll say settings. Then I can just call it settings. Then another thing that I want us to do is I want us to come here and say I'll define that settings. So this is settings current. Then I say here if setting is null, then instantiate that, return settings. That's the first thing. So the next thing that I want us to define is the username. I'll say public string username, but I don't want to do this. So I'll just want to say here, I'll do what we called get. So I'll say get. Then for my get, I'll want return preferences, then get. Then that preferences, I want it, I'll say get. We can do here something else. So we can say here dot default dot get. Then I can say that. But this username, I want it to define it somewhere. So I'll come here and I can say private const a username key. I'll call it username. Then I'll pass it here. So if we just go back here, I'll come here and say this. Then the default value of my username, I can come here and also say public. So that's password, but I can say private. I think these default values should be okay like that. We don't need to worry much about it. So then I'll also come and say set. So this is my set. Then I say preferences. dot default dot set that, and that is the value. So I can do the same for password, but this, for our case, this will be pin. I can say this is int and this is pin. So this is pin. So I'll just come here and say, let's set this default. This will be our pin key. Can do this is int, and then this is pin. Then this pin, you can say this is a default password. Here will say 0. So we'll have our pin key. So I'll just come here. So this should be, then you can, let's just have it as string. Yeah, let's have it this way. You can say here password. Let's store it as password. Then you can have this as string. So no worries. So after we have that, so we have our password and username. So the next thing that I want us to do is I want us now to check and update some things within our application. So here I'll also say, for example, I can say here, I can say public static settings, settings. This should be settings. So I'll have here settings. I'll say here app settings. Then I can say get set. So it should actually be the same thing. So we now have our settings. Now what I want us to do, we need to ensure that we check this particular section whenever we want to confirm if the user is logged in or not. Now, what are we going to use here? So let's go to our login page. And on this particular section, I want us to do something. Before even doing anything, I want us to check if user is logged in. So the first thing that we need to see, we'll say variable user equals to, you see database. Then I want us to get the database row. But how do we do that? So on our data store, I want us to add some few things that we are going to use going forward within our app. The first thing is whenever we want to create a new record, we have to insert. So, and how are we going to insert that? So just a minute. Sorry, so I want us to create a method that we are going to insert values to our database. So the first thing that we need to do here, you can just come here and you say public virtual. Then you can say void create. So you say create So here I want us to make it async. So we can do here async, then task. Then you can see here we are going to say task, then create async. Then you can say here T entity. So this one will be T entity. Let's do something like that. So we'll have create async T entity, then we have our entity. So these are generic methods that we are going to use. Then here we are not going to do that. So you're going to say await. Then we say here data store, database, then dot insert async. Then you can see here we have, so this one is saying does not contain a accepting a first argument of that. So we are going to, do you have create? We have insert. So this is saying, it's telling us, it's not giving us the option for inserting. I don't know why. So this is create async. Then we need to have this as create. You'll actually have the insert async. So we can try to update our, so you can check on our app. So we have, this is SQLite. Yes, so you see this is SQLite connection, but we should actually change this to SQLite async. You see, this is SQLite async, and we should change this as well to SQLite async, and this should be create table async. So we want to ensure that we have our create table async, then this will work now. We have our async there. So if you're new to this channel and you haven't subscribed, please consider subscribing, like the video, and also comment down below. So the first thing that I want us to do now is, if you check, we have our create async. So we can go back, we can add more methods. So let's create more methods that we are going to use in our app. So you can say, so this is, you can copy this, then you can say task, this is add update, add or update. Then you can have this, so you can say add, or you can do add or update. Then we need to insert and replace. So for every insert, in case you want to replace something, then we can replace it. So here we'll do here insert, replace, async. So that's fine. But we can also do just a replace. So I'll just copy this here. And we can do update async. Then here we can say also update async. So I'm just creating these methods. Remember, we are going to do CRUD on our mobile app. So we are going to have we are going to require some of these methods whenever we do these particular updates. So we can copy these as well. We need other ones. So I'll just paste it here. So the ones that we need also could be delete async. You can say here delete async. Sorry. Say here delete async. Then we can have these as delete async. Which other one do we need? So we need also to get data, assuming we want to retrieve data from the app. So we need some options like get table rows and all that. So what I want us to do is I want us to pull some records from the, so I'll just want here to say public, assuming we want to pull a record, so it will return a list of object. So I'll do here object. Then I'll say here get table rows, get table rows. Then I'll do here get table rows. Then these will be string. Then you can say table name. Then you can say string. So you can just require table rows, specifying the table, assuming you want to retrieve all the records. So we'll just do that. Then I can do this. Then here I'll do object. Then I'll say obj equals to new object. I want this to be empty. Then I can do this. Then here I'll do what we call table. I'll do table mapping. Then I'll do here map. Then I can say new table mapping. Then I'll say I'll do here type. Sorry, I'll do here type dot get type. Then I'll say here, sorry, I'll do here namespace. Remember the namespace that we have at the top here? Yeah, that's what you're going to use. Then the namespace times table name. That is plus, I mean. So I have that. And then, so this is namespace. Just a minute. So let's proceed. So we have here our table, new table mapping, type get type. Then we say namespace. So that is our namespace. Then we need to close this. Remember, our namespace is capital S, so don't get confused. Then we have our string. Say a string query equals to select star from, we get the table, and then we need to return the values. I'll say return query async. So then here, instead of doing this, I'll just say here, I'll do here map, then query, then I'll also do obj, then here I'll say dot result dot cast, then I'll say t, then I'll do this, then to list. There we go. As you can see here, we have so this will be cast, not type, but t. So I'll do that. So this should be cast t. So this should be result dot cast, then to list. So this is, what does this do here? Let me just check. It needs us to, so we have our query async map, query, then objects. This is our object, this is our map. Then we get the result, then cast, then this should be this one here. We left something here, we need to say t here. So then we say string table, then this is list, we say here table. So this should give us all that. Now the next thing that I also want us to do is I want us to copy the same. And now instead of doing table alone, we can filter. So you can say by column. Say column, then we pass the value. We might want to get specific data in a table row, in a table where a certain column has a specific value. So we'll say here select star from table. I'll just come here and say plus. I'll do here plus that. I think I'll just do here. Sorry. Let me just remove this. I'll just do here. Sorry, I'll just come here. Let me just copy this. So here I'll have a table. I'll add the table. Then I can say plus. Then here I can do also another plus. We can just have this where we want now to have the value where a certain column has a specific value. So then we can say plus, then the column that we just provided here. Then we can say where that particular column is plus, then we need the equal sign. Then we say here this one is equals. So we'll say column equals. Then we say here we need a single quote. So we'll just say plus value, this value, then we can add. So then we close that. So I'll put in those two. I'll also need here a single quote. So you can see, then it will retrieve for us that list. So it will still get the same values, but now in a different. So this is get table rows. You can also do the same, where we can get an object. We can retrieve an object here. So it say here this is object. Then we say table string. Then instead of doing this t, just remove it. This should be object. Then here we just retrieve the same thing. We say where table, where that column equals to value, then a return query string. So instead of saying here to cast, we just do here. We can remove this. We can remove this and this. Then you have just to list. So that's fine. So we have only to list. So I don't think we've just done much. So we'll be adding the rest as we go. So if you're new to this channel and you haven't subscribed, please consider subscribing, like the video, and also comment down below. So I'll just proceed and now go to our main page. So where we need to now retrieve the values. We need to retrieve the values and ensure that we are good. So the first thing that we need to do in our home page, so I'll just go to here, we say table, Remember, we've added those methods. So you can say get. We will be able to see them here. You see get table rows and row. If I just say row and I do here, so I don't know the kind of the table row that you have. You see, we have an object. So that's fine. So we'll pass the object, and the object is mobile app users. Mobile app users. Then we need to pass the table. Our table name will be this mobile app users, and we can get the value. We can get from a table, we get the value of this particular user. So you say username, where username is the value, we need to provide the value. So the value, you are going to get it from settings. Remember the settings that we just did and help us. Then we say .current, then .username. So that should give us the value of that particular record. So this one is saying cannot use with type arguments. So let's see. It's requiring that and to list. So what is this? So it's saying here, do you need the method? We don't need it. I'll just come here and remove this. So you see, it will give us that. So I think we can change. We can also have another method that is casting this to an object so that it's easier whenever we are retrieving the data. So we can copy the same thing. We can copy the same thing. Where is it? So this one. So instead of doing this, we can do here T. Then we can come here and say T. Then here we can just come here and say to cast. To cast. Say cast. Then that, but this is not a list. So I don't want this to be a list. So we actually need to have here, just say here T. This should be T. Then this one we can say first or default. We say this is first or default. So this will give us the first record. So this one, so it says there is a possible null, so that's fine. So if we go back to our app now, we can do something like this. We just need one record. So it's a mobile app users. And you can see it's now okay. So what we need to check now on our app users, we need to check if this is null. So if we say this is null, if this equals to null, or so we can even do something. We can say if this is equals to null, then we navigate to the login page. So you can see what we've done. So you can say something like this, or we can actually say go to async. Then we do here $. Then here we can say you can do something like this. Then we say name space name of. Then we put that, we say login page. So that's fine. Else, if everything is okay, we navigate to the main page. And our main page, we navigate by using this. So there we go. So here you can see now we are now checking the logged in user. So let's try to launch our app and see. So we notice 90% of you guys are watching our videos and you haven't subscribed. So if you're one of them, please consider subscribing, like the video, and also comment down below. So we are just launching our app, and to ensure that we can put in a breakpoint here. Then we see if we are going to have any data. So if you are going to have any data, then it will be, remember, you have not just logged in, so we are not expecting anything new there. So you're expecting to take us to the login page. Remember, you've not seen how our login page looks like, so that's the first thing that we should see and we should confirm. So let's just wait for our app to launch. So where is it? So there we go. We're just waiting for our app to launch. So if you're watching our video and you haven't subscribed, please consider subscribing. Ensure that you're able to subscribe and like the video. You can also share the stream to those who you feel they can benefit with this stream, which actually goes a long way in ensuring that you're able to provide you guys with more content. So you can also buy us coffee if you feel you want to buy us coffee. We have a link down below. You can actually use it to buy us coffee. So our app is launching. So there we go. We have some errors. So that's a good thing. So if we go to our output, it's telling us. So let's clean our project. Let's clean our project. And I also want us to uninstall what we have here. Let's clean our project and let's rebuild it. So I'll just clean this. I'll go back to home. And just go back to home. Let me just go back here and app info. I just want to uninstall what we have currently. So I'll clear storage. If there is any storage data that we have here, then I'll just clear. I'll clear that, clear cache, go back and install it. Okay. So that's our app. So it's building. So you can see here we are building, and this should be good. So we just want to ensure that you're able to build this particular app and see how far we can go today. So I'm trying to access chats to see if there are those guys who have shared any comments. So you can share a comment down below. Thank you. You have someone watching from Juba. Thank you. So tell us where you are watching us from. And we will really appreciate. So we're just building our app. Then once it's ready, so we have an issue. It's called telling us something here. So we have Microsoft Control Core. I think there is a, let me just check. Hybrid current version. An issue with could not copy the file. Needed packages Microsoft MAUI control score. So we go to this. We have MAUI controls. Is there anything that you need to check? You just have to rebuild. Let me just rebuild. So we are building our project. So if you're watching us and you haven't subscribed, please consider subscribing and also like the video. So it's building. So I just want us to launch our app just to see how our login screen looks like. Then we should be able to proceed and do other things. So remember, we've not even started, we're just building the login screen. Then we can now build our dashboard and start doing other things. So we need to build the dashboard, we need to build the CRUD forms on the mobile app. So, but the good thing is there are no more forms on the app. I think we're just building some details on how you can create you can log the. So we have an issue here with our controls. It says hybrid view not copy or paste. What kind of error is this? So could not copy the file users NuGet package Microsoft My Controls .NET 10.01. So let's just check the versions here. 10.01. Okay, so I think I'll just do here. I'll do this 0. Then we see. I'll just change our versions here. Just work with 10.0. And where is the? If we just check here, we've can update this. That is the one is the refit. Refit. We can use a lower version. We can use 9. Let's just use 9. Apply. For that also we can use 9.2. I'll just lower it. Newtonsoft, I can also use 9. So since we have that, then that should be okay. So let's rebuild again. So that's fine. So clean it, then rebuild. So we're going to rebuild. So if all is well, then we should not be having any challenges. We should just proceed and launch our app. So our app is launching. So for those who are new to this channel and you haven't subscribed, please consider subscribing, like the video, and also comment down below. So we notice 90% of you guys are watching our videos and you have not subscribed. So if you're one of them, hit the subscription button and turn on the notification bell so that whenever we upload, you get to be notified. So let's just wait for our app to build. Then we should be good. So it's almost done. So there we go. We still have the same issue. So what I want us to do is I'll just come back here. Where is our project? I'll just try to close my project. Let me try to close it. Then I'll reopen it. So let me just close it. Trying to bring some problems. I'll just close, then just try to open it and see if there is anything wrong. So just open our Visual Studio. And there we go. Then we go to we'll just go to that is the .NET. Just come here, and then I need to, let me just delete the bins and clean it. So let me open it. So let's reopen and see. So we check our app. We have the .NET. Do you have any .NET 10 here? 11 or something? No. Yes, I think we have this one. It was actually true. Refit, we have .NET. Let me update it again. We have, I think what we are using is .NET 10.0, but we have NuGets with 10.01. We need to ensure this is on 10.9.0, which is a bit lower than 10. So I'll apply it. If we check, let's just confirm. Yes, so just confirm that we don't have anything more than this. So let's rebuild it. So that should be fine. So let's just rebuild it again. So it's trying to rebuild. And then we will now be able to launch our app. So I want us to check on the login page that we just created. And then we start doing now CRUD operation on the mobile app. So if you want to see how we are going to do that, then stay tuned. So we've been able to create our data store where we have all our, we've created a model for users, and we are going to pull this from an API. Then we have our constants where we've defined our database file name. So this is DB3 SQLite. So we also have myprogram.cs. We've done some things here. So I'll just try to close this again, then try to reopen it. Just close that, and just to ensure that we don't have anything that is above our. Let's just relaunch it again. So just want to ensure we don't have anything that is conflicting in terms of versions. You can see this is Android 10.0, and we have our NuGets. So we can also try to lower some things which may be, just confirm we don't have anything that is way above what we need. So that's fine. So this is our app. So in a minute. So let's rebuild it and see how this looks like. So we're just trying to remove that particular error. So it's rebuilding. Let's just wait and see. Is it done? Just confirm. Actually, you can even use Copilot to help you address some of these things. Let's just confirm. So you can see it's failed again with the same problem. So you can see here control score 10, Windows 10. So I want us to do something just to avoid problems. So on this particular project of ours, I want us to remove the targeting other frameworks. I just want us to target Android and just want us to target Android alone, and I don't want us to target Windows. So let's just do that. I can comment this here. I can comment this line here. We are going to build this for Android, so we don't need that. I'll just come here again, and I can do here. I just want to have my platform supporting Android alone. I'll just do this. So I can target my Android, and that should be okay. So if I just come back here, I can reload my project, and that's fine. So if I clean this, it should give us the clear head. I'll just rebuild again. So which will help us to, so you can only target what we need. So let's just comment all those. In case we'll need it, we can always put it back. But for now, we are focused with Android, and that should be okay. So let me just wait for that. Let's rebuild and see how our app looks like. So we are only now targeting Android. Also, if you remove some of the things that you've removed, it will actually reduce the size of your project. So it will remove the size of the app, and that means a lot in terms of the APK size. So I'll just say supported OS platform version is that, target is Android, and that is it. So let's just check. You can see our build is succeeded. We have everything now fine. So let's try to launch now our project. So let's try to launch our app. So you're now targeting Android, and you should proceed and only work with Android. So let's just launch our app and see. So our app is launching. So if you're new to this channel and you haven't subscribed, please consider subscribing, like the video, and also comment down below. So you notice 90% of you guys are watching our videos and you haven't subscribed. So let's just launch our app, and I think we should now be able to move faster. So it's launching. So you're using emulator, so sometimes it's a bit slow, but we should be good to. So it's there. It has started, and it should be launching in a few. So let's just confirm. So we had actually placed a breakpoint on our login page, our main page, I mean. So let's put in a breakpoint here. So when it launches, we should be able to hit that particular point. So let's see. Let's just so our app is launching, so as you can see. So we should be able to have our breakpoint. So there is something that has happened. So our app, as you can see, we have an issue. Let's just check. Let's also try to relaunch. So we have an issue with our app launching. Yes. So you can even analyze this with Copilot, and it will be able to tell us what is happening. So one thing that we need to check is let's just stop our app. If we go to our main page, we need to confirm if we are hitting here. And whether we are also getting to this particular point. It could be we have an issue with our. So let's just relaunch. Let me just let's relaunch this and see. So what is the problem? We have a bug here. So there we go. So I'll just check. Those not available. Let's just relaunch again. What is our entry point? Let's just confirm. We just have an issue with one of the pages, and we should be good. So let's just confirm what is happening. So we go to our main page. This is our main page. Do you have our view model? That's the first thing we need to confirm in our just here. We need to confirm our view model here. I mean on our my program.cs. Let me minimize this. We have it here. Then on our page, we have this, then app shell. So we try to, let's try to comment that, we see. That could be the issue. The issue could be the data store. So that's no, then I think we have a lot of problems. So the exception is staying unexplained from. So let me just let me go back here, and I can let me get these back, these target versions, but I'll not get the other ones, so it's only this one. So they should be fine. But now I want us to check why our app is not getting to this particular point. So we have this fine, it's fine. Let's clean and rebuild. Let's clean and rebuild. So if we launch again, let's just confirm. I want to have the breakpoint here as well. Is there anything we missed on our maui.cs file? So we could be having something that we've missed. So we have our create builder, we have our data store, we have it here. Our pages, we have main, login page and main page. For the app shell, we just have the login page. So that's fine. So I don't think we have anything wrong. Let's wait for our app to launch and see. So what does the Copilot say here? So let's wait for it to analyze. Then it should be able to give us some tips. So our app is launching, so let's see if it will launch or it will also time out. It's saying deployment error. Are we back to where we were? Let's rebuild. Let's rebuild. What we've returned is this particular target options. Why do we have two target conditions? Oh, this target platform minimum version. I see this could be the main problem that we have here. But it's okay. Usually have it actually. So let's rebuild and see. So if you haven't subscribed, please consider subscribing, like the video, and comment down below. Let's just wait for our app to launch. So rebuild is succeeded. So let's launch our app again. Let's just launch our app and see. So if you're watching our video and you haven't subscribed, please consider subscribing, like the video, and also comment down below. So our app is launching. It says Android affected the nav space. So this is actually part of our issue on the emulator. So I'll just clear the storage. Then I'll also uninstall. We have also some apps here which I can remove, which is taking some space. So we have some apps that is there. I'll remove them. I'll remove. I'll try to remove some apps that I have here which are actually eating my space. So let's relaunch again. So I'll remove also this one. So it's still not it's still not launching. So let's just see. We have an issue somewhere. So let's just go back to our app. So we have our community toolkit. So I want us to check some few things just to ensure that everything is okay. So the first thing that I want us to check is on so we have a community toolkit. This one, that's fine. So let me just try to check on the NuGets. That is my community toolkit. I can actually install this. So here, I want to change this to this. So this should be community toolkit. So if we go back here and try to manage NuGets, let me uninstall this. Then I put this here. This says downgrading from that. I'll put the oldest version a bit. That's still better. I'll do that. think that's fine. Apply, accept. This is community Maui essentials. Let me just retain it as it is. So let me remove this first. So I want us to check. I think there is something wrong happening somewhere, and we are not aware of what is it. So we go to app shell. That's fine. So let me try to relaunch it and see. On our app, you can try to check. We have our .NET 10 Android. Then here we have these particular versions that we have. It says the namespace community toolkit is not available. That's fine. So let's relaunch again. So we just copy that and see. Let's just relaunch and see how it looks like. So let's see if all is there. It's trying to launch. That could be the issue actually. So our Maui core was the issue. So let me just remove that for now. Then we'll be able. That was the NuGet that was actually causing us problems. So you can remove that NuGet. So for now, you can see we now have our breakpoint. If we proceed, you see it's telling us object reference not set to an instance of an object. That is because we were able to comment this particular line. So our table was not created. So let's just relaunch now. So you should be able to create the table. So let's relaunch it. So we should now be able to create the table, and we should see if we have any data in our app. So you see, it is able now to, you can see now it is taking us to data store. It's checking if this is not null. But if it is null, it will proceed to create our database. As you can see here, we have our data user, company name, poultry collection files. Then it will have our DB name, which is egg collection, or it has exited. So let's proceed. I'll just put in a breakpoint here again. So you can see we have it there. So if I proceed, it will come there. If I proceed, it will create. Then our table will also be created. So you can see all is well. So that means you don't have any errors there. So I'll just proceed now to our app, and it will take us to this particular section. So if we proceed, you can see it is actually now null. So we are assuming now we don't have any record in the table, and it will take us to the login screen. So you can see it does what has happened. So it has taken us here, login page. Let's relaunch it again. It should actually take us to the login page and not so there we go. If user is equals to null, then navigate us to the login screen. So what happens on the login page? So let's go to our login page. On our login page, we should come here and see if it hits there. So it's taking us to the home page. So let's come to our home page. I want us to go to the login screen and not the home page. So that's what we should be doing. So I want us to check something. So here we just say if this is null, then we can say here shell. We should actually remove this. So we say shell current go to async, and it should take us that. And we should actually remove any. Let me just come here. I want us to remove any navigation. So let's relaunch it again. So you should go to the home page, that is to the login screen, because our user is null. So that means that guy is not logged in, and it's actually launching there for the first time. So if that happens, then you redirect them to the login screen. So there we go. Still coming here. Let's just see. I want to come here. So there's something we are missing somewhere, and we'll just find it right now. So you can see this is our login screen, and we need to see it should actually redirect us to the login page. So this login page, we come here. Yes, you see it is hitting here. If I proceed, actually this is our login screen. Yes, it's actually part of our. Let's just check. We go to login, but we don't have the title like home. That's our home page. Let me just confirm something. So this is home. See, this is hello that. So hello world, welcome to .NET MAUI. So this we can put in a title here. Say title. You can say dashboard. Dashboard. So if we just change that, you can see this is changing. So it is taking us to this particular page. So what we need to confirm is on our app shell. Not even on our app shell, but on our app, we need to change something. We'll just come here. We have go to app. We have data store, new data store. So this is fine. Then we have this activated app shell. That's fine. Then what I want us to do, you see on our home page, we have this, but on our login page also, we have our login page. Let me just format it. Then on our home page, we also need to, I think we might have done something wrong somewhere. So that's fine for our home page. So I just want us to ensure that this home page here, then we are doing that. Then we say if this is null, then navigate to home page. This is new. We have a login page. Confirm our login page. You can say here public. That VM, then you can say here this is equals to new, then you can launch this. So let me just do that, zoom this in, and I want this app to take us to the login screen. So if we launch that again, because it is now taking us to the login page, it should redirect us actually. So let's just wait. It's not hitting this particular point. So let's relaunch again. And is it hitting here? So let's confirm if it's hitting here. So maybe the username is not null. So it's not even hitting somewhere. It's hitting here. So let's see what is happening. Yes, you see it's going to the login page. But now it is opening the when you come here, it should come here. So it's not going to the, so we come here, we say login new, given we proceed. Yes, we have our login page here. You see it's sitting here, but there is one thing that is not happening. I'll just come to this one. I'll say here add transients. Let me change this. Then I want also on our login page, we check something here. The login page binding, we don't have anything binded, so let's relaunch again. So let's relaunch and see. So our app stopped. So let's relaunch from here. Emulator. Emulator is not visible now. So let me stop it. Let me relaunch it. So there we go. I'll relaunch the app. So just checking why our page is not going to our main page, our login page. It should actually redirect us to the login page. You have a register route. You can see here we have the page, and if we proceed, yeah, there is something wrong. So let me just go back here. the login page to the main page, and we remove this. So we need to check. There's something I'm not seeing. So we have one login page. Is this the correct name? Then on our login screen, if you go to the constructor, do you have it? Yes. For the home page, do you have the constructor? Yes, we have it. So what is the issue? So this is not even the case now. Let's return it. So let's relaunch it again. So I want us to do something. Just come to our login page. This is a view model. I want us to do here partial. For our main page, we want here, we can do here partial. Then for our login, for our main page, you can say that is dashboard, and we've done that. Then navigation menu, do you need to have the routing for the main page on our that should be the case. So let's just come here. I'll create another page. Let me create another page called home page. Call this home page. Call this home page. So we can leave this one. So this home page, I can do this. You can copy this, go back here, and paste it. I can paste it here. Then this one I can rename this to home page. So let's have our home page. I'll just paste it here. Then if we go back and rename this to home page, then this one to home page, then we'll be having that. If we go back here, we can copy this to home page. So let's just avoid using the main page. I think we can create our own page. Then this is then that's fine. Then this particular home page or main page, we can just leave it as it was. I think I can just replace it. I can replace it, and I can retain what we had. So on this main page, I'm not sure what you are doing wrong, but so if I stop that, then our app should be okay. So this should be so here we can minimize this. So I'll just minimize that. Then this is fine. We have our, so I'll just replace my home page here. I'll have my home page here, and I have that. Then I'll also have my home page on the app shell. I'll just copy this here and have this here. But also on the app shell, I'll change this to pages. I'll copy this here. Then I'll say pages. Then this will be dot pages. so that you're able to access the pages that we've just created. So here I'll say pages, then I'll do home page, and this home page will be my root. Then I'll say this is home. But now for our home page, we are going to check if this is home page. If it's logged in, then we do that. Else, to take us to the login screen. So let's rebuild it and see. We just avoided using the main page. So we have settings. Yes, we should import. So this settings is from we say here settings. Let's do settings. Then I'm using from helper. So we created that settings. So it's not what we. Let's relaunch. So let's relaunch our app and see. So our app is launching. So let's put a breakpoint here as well and see. So I now have the root, that is the, let's just confirm. So our app is launching. So there we go. So you see it is now on our home page. If we proceed, it should take us to the login screen. So you see it has actually still taking us to the home page without the login screen. So if we go to our login page, here. We'll say this is the dashboard. Then here we'll say I'll just go here and say I'll do this. So I'll just do this. Let me just check. So our home page is directing us to the login screen. So let's just confirm. Yeah, there we go. There we go. If we proceed, still taking us to the login, the home. And where is that home? We'll just change this to dashboard. Is it that our values are not being displayed? This is home here. Let me just paste in some things there. I'll just maybe copy this and have it there. Yeah. I'll go to app shell. Then I'll say this is the title. I'll say this is dashboard. You see it's changing that. So our pages is home page, and that is it. Then this is you can say poultry system. So you can just do that. So I want us to change one thing that we have on our menu. So you see here we have app shell, but I want us to change this to be layout item. So I'll try to remove this, and I'll say here I'll do here layout item. Then I close it. Then I can have it here. Then I can say this layout item X, and I can say name. I can say your name. I can say layout item home. Then I can also have I can say here X. You can say you can even have icon, but I don't know if we have an icon. We don't need it, so let's just leave it as it is. We have that. Then we'll be having our so the title will be, we can have it on our layout item, so we can remove that. We have it here. Then root, and this is content page. That's fine. Now I can also have my, let me just do this item login. So if I just do here login, and we can say this is a login, then this is login page, and here I can do login. So if we just do this, let's just launch our app and we see. So I want us to ensure that so our layout, we need to close one of them. So I'll just format that. Launch our app, then we should see our login page and all that. So let's see. So there we go. So we have a problem now. So on our app shell, I want us for this login page here, I want us to copy it and have it down here. And here we'll do something like app shell. We'll do app shell. Then these will be pages. We can do your X name. Then we say layout login. Then we can say content page pages, then login. Then we can say here root login. Then here we can say shell dot layout behavior, and then we can say disable. So we can have this here. Sorry, we can have this here. So we'll be having our home page there. That's fine, and that is our layout item. But now I want us to, if you go to our login, this is our login page. Our constructor is fine. We've done here, this is binding context. So there is one thing that we need to do. So we can remove this here and just do away with this, and we do that. So let's relaunch again. So we've not changed much, just updated this layout login, and this is disabled. Let's see. So if we go to login, I think we could have done breakpoint here. Let's put in breakpoint here. Yeah, so it's not getting at this point. That's why we are having all these challenges. So I'm going to, let me just do this. We're going to navigate that way. So let's navigate that way, then we see. So we should come here. So we will proceed. So you see, I have our navigation menu. We've now introduced our navigation menu, but now this menu for ours is not, our login screen is not yet coming to this particular point. Let's just relaunch again and see. So there we go. We have our login page. This login page, let's proceed. Which kind of page did we create? I think that we might have created the wrong thing. Or even, let me just even comment this so that we see if there is any issue with what we've created. So let me just copy this text here. Will be our styling is causing us problems here. So we just relaunch. Let's relaunch. We just commented what we had done. So there we go. Yes. See, it has actually gone to that particular point. So it could be our issue is actually on the, yeah, so we have a problem with what we had done. We will remove the background button. Let me remove this again and relaunch. So we have a problem with our styles, what we've done here. So let's just see. So we relaunch that. So let me remove this here. So you can see this is our screen now. So I think we had an issue with what we had coded, which has wasted our time, but don't worry. So here, I'll come and I think we can go slowly defining these styles. So I'll just say here, I'll remove this. I'll define grid auto, then row. I'll do that and until this particular point. And if I remove this, let's see. So let me comment this out. Do we have any challenge? I think, let me see, confirm some of the things that can be causing us issues. Yeah, so let's relaunch again and see. If we put a breakpoint here, so if it doesn't hit this point, then it's not going to help us. So there we go. Yes, so you see it's not hitting there. That means we have a problem with some things here. So we say grid. We have an issue with our grid border. So I can do this. I can remove this particular point. Yeah. I can comment this here. Yes. If we just comment that, let's relaunch again. So the issue is actually on our login screen. I think it's not is having an issue. That's why we're having all this crap here. So there we go. Yes. So we have a problem with our login screen. So you can see this is our login screen now. So if we go to our login screen, image. For the image, I can do, let's do here margin. Margin, I can do 0, 20, 0, 10. Then I can also do height. Can do here 150. Then this is 130. This is width. So let's see how the width looks like. I think we can just leave it how the width. That's fine. Now I wanted us to do a border. I'll just do here until this particular point. I'll do a border here, and if I do this, then I can say here, come and do this. So I'll have my border. Then row is 1, but now we don't have. We have the row 0. Margin is 5. That is linear. We have 0 endpoint. We can just do this. Endpoint is 0, 1. Then we have offset border stroke. That's fine. Then a corner radius, we do that. So we just open. So you can see this is coming up. So I don't know what we had done wrong. So then our padding, we should do 20. Then I can just do here. I can close my connection here. Then I can copy this and paste it here. So it should be having our label. You can see we now have, so let me do away with this. But now, yeah, I think we have our padding. So this is 15, we say poultry eggs collection system. Then we have log into your account. So you can say this is 20. You can see log into your account. But now I can do here 40. We can do here 20. Let's do 20. Then margin. Let's do margin here. We can do 0, 50, 0, 0. So I do here 60, 80. So let's just remove this. I want us to do something. So for our logo, let's check how we are going to do it. So for the entry type, our inputs. So will this be the issue where we had a problem? We have text input, int, container, outline radius, then entry, placeholder, key type text. Then can actually close it this way. So if we do that, let's relaunch again and see. So let's just check. Yes, this is actually where the problem is. So you see here we have sync SF, my toolkit. So this is actually where we have a lot of problems that we've been dealing with. So we are not having this. We missed to add something very important actually. So on our sync fusion, we missed to add here dot configure configure sync. You see this? This is what we missed, and it has costed us a lot. So that's what we missed. So if we launch our app now, we should be good to go. So you should be able to see the inputs. That is the login inputs that we've just been struggling with. So let's see. Let's see if all is okay. So you can see we have now the inputs here. you have the inputs. But now I want us, so let me just go back here, remove this, and remove this. So I'll stop the app. Then our layout, this is our layout. The border will actually come outside here. So we should be having now our app showing what we need. So let me launch this. So I think now we are good, and we should be able to, I think we missed one thing, and I've struggled to check on it. It's actually this one. This is a very important thing when you're dealing with Syncfusion. I think we should now be able to move faster. So you can see our page is now looking fine. So you now have our login page. You see Poultry Eggs Collection System, log into your app, and we now have the pin. And here you can see we have something here that is loading. So this is the activity indicator. So if you go to the activity indicator on our login page, you can see here it's already set to true. So you can also check the height of it. So when you are actually loading the app, you can increase the scale. You can say here the scale could be 2.0. So if you do that, then you can see it will increase in size. So that is the login screen. Now I want us to go now to our login page, and we can now start doing the magics. So I think, sorry guys, I think we've taken long there, but we should now move faster. So for the login page, for the login page, we should actually do one thing. We should go back and bind it with the values. So here, I'll just come here and say, I'll do here public string. Then I can say here username. So then I can decorate here. I can use observable property. So remember we installed community toolkit, so I'm going to use that. And this is saying, what does this say? So now I want us to do something. I want us to create another model before we address this error here. Let's create a model, a view model or something, a view model, yes. Let's create a view model called local base view model. So I'll create my local base view model. I'll do here public. I have my constructor. Then here I'll inherit what we call the observable object. Observable object. So that's what we need. Observable object. So then this one will have our community toolkit. Then on our login view model, I'll zoom this. So you can inherit this. Then this will be addressed. So you can see that's how simple you go with that. Then we can have our int. Then you can say pin. Then now this one will come to our login page, and we need to bind the values. You see these values that the user will be typing in. We can bind by doing this. We can say text. Then we say binding. Then we provide the username. But the username, we type it as this way. So we say username. We don't put the underscore. So then here we do that and do pin. This one is pin. So what you've seen here, this reduces the boilerplate code that you are going to write. So instead of this one, you can imagine this one line of code. We could have done something like this. We could have done public string, all this. You can see here, you could have done something like this. Imagine all this code has been reduced to just this line of code. So that is why we are now doing that. So let's proceed. I think we've been able to add the pin. So we've been able to add the pin. You see here, the pin and the. So the next thing I want us to do is on our login based view model, I want us to define also, you can say public string bool. Then you can say is busy. So this will be our, it will be controlling our, so let's remove this. It will be controlling our activity indicator. So I will do here observable property. So then we can bind it with our login page. You can come here and we can say is busy. So you can do here binding, then you can say is busy. So then we have our login page. You can come here and we can do, you can say public. So we need to have our button. So our button will just say here private, say async. Then you can say task, and do your task login. Then we need to decorate with the relay command. So you can see login. So when we click on login, you can see it will take us is busy. We put it to true. Then we can also say something. If it's busy, then it's meaning something is being done. Then we can return. But if not, then we set this to true. Setting this to true means we are going to have our activity indicator running. You see this one? We are setting it to true. Then our activity indicator will be running, showing the user that something is happening. Then we can now log in. So here, you can see you will now get the values of the username and password, then you can navigate. But for our case, I just want us to navigate to the dashboard because we have not, we simulate the login process. So you can say, we can just log into the admin page. You can say await, then shell .current, then it will take us to the home page. Then I'll just import the home page here. So that's easy. So I'll do this. So I'll just do. So you can see here, if we click login, it will start the activity and it will take us to the login page. But now before that, we need to go to the login screen and we need to bind. So you say here command. So you say command and we do here binding. Then you say that and you put the word command in front of this login page, of this login. So you do the word. So you can see here, this is this is the login, but when you are binding, you do login command. So let's launch our app and see. So we should be able to provide the values. So sorry, what's the issue here? You have the typo. So this one you should be doing partial. Then that's fine. So let's launch our app and see. So if you're watching our video and you haven't subscribed, please consider subscribing, like the video, and also comment down below. So let's proceed and check. So as you can see, currently on our app has launched. So here you can see we don't have an int here. So here I can say here macro code. Then my password, I can put in some weird password. So if I put in a breakpoint here, we should see the values here. So you can just, it will actually, you can see, and if I proceed, we have a problem. So what is the problem now? I'll just come here. Let me launch. So if I just come here, put in some characters and login. I'll just do this. Put in some numbers. If I click this, there we go. And you can see the page, we've been redirected to this particular screen. We now have our home page. So our home page now has a problem. So if we go back here, then proceed. So it's not even getting to the home page. I'll just come back. Let me just come here. Let's relaunch our screen, and you can see here it is that is the place. So if we proceed, it is going to our login screen. But because we have not logged in, it will be redirecting us back here. What I want us to do, let's just proceed and comment this. And we begin with creating the dashboard and the things. So then when we link to the API, then we'll uncomment, then we link it to our API, then we proceed. We now have our login screen. So let's just proceed to our dashboard. So on our dashboard, this is our dashboard. You see we don't have anything. So we can proceed now to make our dashboard and home page, which we are going to now start doing CRUD operation within our application. So the first thing that I want us to do, let's come to our home page. We need to have a title. So where is our home page? So this is our home page. Go to app shell. On the app shell, we have a title. So you can see this is dashboard. And you can see here now we have the dashboard. So if you click here, then you have our dashboard there. So if you go that way, we proceed. You can see it's taking us there. But now let me relaunch our app. So I want us to now work on our dashboard. So the first thing that we need to do is let me remove all this. So we have our dashboard. So let's go here and on the home page. Where is it? Why is our home page saying empty and we have some values? So let me just come here and do this. And here I can close this. I can do here page content, page.content. That is it. Then I can close it here. Then I can have I can change this to scroll view. There we go. I can close it here. So I'll format that. Then inside here, I can actually have my logo. So let's copy our logo. Which one? I'll copy this image here. So just want to ensure we are able to see something. So if I do that, you should be able to see an icon on our dashboard. So let me just launch our app. Then we have I'll do away with this. I'll just have, you can just have it. So let's relaunch it and see. So actually, let me do something. Instead of doing this here, instead of commenting this, I can, instead of doing this, I can just replace this with here, so that we're able to, when we just launch, it will take us to the dashboard without any struggles. So let's proceed and check our dashboard. We should get an image there. Yes, but now let's see. I think we have a problem with our background. So first thing, let's check our login screen. How we had so our background here should be, see, it's not showing us anything. So you can come back here and we say background color. I can say, let's say beige, green. Just want to confirm that the page that we are loading is the correct one. Let's relaunch. Let's relaunch again. Our page is not displaying. I don't know why. Okay, so let's just check if we have this here, and if we go back to our, okay, you see it's sitting here. If we proceed, it's not even displaying anything. So if we go back to our app shell, you see we have the home page, and we have our login. That is our app shell. So we can change some things here on this particular section. So I want us to do something here. So I'll say, you can say shell dot layout behavior, say layout. Then we can have our some changes here. I think we can try to make some updates. So you can say here, so this is a poultry system, so we update it. There we go. We can have some style, that is the background. I can come here and say, sorry, yes, I can say here shell dot resources. Then I can close it. I can say resource dictionary and close it. Then I can have my style. So I can say style text key, say base, and do here base style. Sorry, and say here base style. I'll do these as caps. Then I can say target. Do your element. And do your element target type. If you have any target type, you can say your shell. And do your app shell. Then I can close this. Then I can say your setter property. Then I can say here shell dot background. I can stop this up and say background color. I can do value. I can do a static resource. Then I can say this one. Then I can close it. I can just do here and do slash. So this one I can copy here, copy all this. Then I can say here shell foreground color, can do here white. Can say title color. I can do here that. I can do black. I can do here unselected item. I can do here gray. Then I can do here tab background color. I can do that. I can do, so if I go to the colors, I'll just go to the resources. Then colors, I'll do here, I can do orange. I'll just put in a color here and I say orange. Say orange. Then, so some of the colors that you have there, we can actually, you can put the codes or you can put just the name. For example, I can say this is, you can do here orange. It will actually take. So you can see that's the color. You can also do green. You can say green. And you can also type the name green. It will pick. So then we have, I think we can just maintain these two. If I just go back here, or we can say here, light, can say light, red. Do you have such a color? Light green. So you can see I'll have my light green. Can say dark orange. And see I have my dark orange. So I can come here to my app shell and I can have my style here. So that's our app shell. So if I go back here, I can say here tab bar unselected color. I can say a light green. Then you can come here and say here tab bar title. Tab bar title, can say here green. So that is it. Then I can close that. Then here I can say style. You can see here, can have this. I can say style key. I can actually say here style. Let me just remove this. I can say style target type. Then I can say tab. I can say layout. This one I can do here layout. That should be fine. So then they should close. Instead of doing app shell, I can do layout. Then that should be okay. So the next thing that you can do is you can even add at the top here, you can add an header. So you can do here shell. You can see layout shell dot. You can do here layout layout header. I can do layout header. And you can see here on this header, I can do template, data template, close it. Then I can do a grid inside where my grid will be grid name will be, I can say X name. I can say layout grid header. Then I can do here margin, I can do 5, padding, and do 20. Then background color, I can do white. This is padding, that's fine. So you need to have only one. Then row definitions, I can just have 2. I can have my image, which is the bot, height request. I can say for this grid, I can say this is a grid. Let's say this is grid dot row 0. That's fine. Then you have the source, then you have the name. And this name I can say it to be primary. That. Then we have we'll now have our data template, and I can close my header here. So if I just format our app, let's relaunch this app and see how it looks like. So let's relaunch it. We'll just proceed. There we go. Proceed there. We have our app. So we need to use the style. So we'll come back here. We have an issue with there's something that is not adding up. So even our page here, we are not seeing the. Let's check our page. So-called base view model. Then we have. Let me just go back to our layout and have our navigation menu, our style here. Then here you can do away with that. Our image, all view, that's fine. And there is vertical layout. It. Then you can do away with that. Just put in at the center. Then let's confirm. So let's relaunch our app again. So I want us to start adding the pages that we are going to do CRUD operation in our app. I don't know why our dashboard is not displaying anything. Let me just check something. So let's add some pages. I want us to add a page for farmers. So let's add a page for farmers. We'll say farmers list page. So we'll be able to check that. So don't worry about how that is going. So farmers list page. Then we are going to also add our view model. View model. Then this is public. CTO. Then we have our local base view model. So this we need to register it here. So I see this one might be, this should be add transient. Then we can have this one we can add here. Then we also need our list page. I'll paste it here. So we'll have it here. Then if we go to app shell, our app shell, we need to add it here. I'll also add my app shell. Then if you go to this particular point, we need to bind it to our view model. So it said this is list page view model. Then we say this will be here, this dot binding, that this should be the case. Then if we go to our app shell, we can copy this and have it here. And you can say item farmers. Then this should be farmers list. Then this should be farmers. So these are farmers list. So we should be able to allow the agents to view the farmers within the app. So this should be the farmers list. Let's just proceed and see. So let's just launch our app and see how that looks like. So if you are following our video and you haven't subscribed, please consider subscribing, like the video, and also comment down below. So just go back here. Our app is launching. So there we go. So you can see our app has launched. So we should proceed. We should proceed and check the. You can see here it's saying dashboard, but we had actually changed this to farmers list. Let's just relaunch it again. So there we go. So we come here, we can click here, farmers. So you can see here we have the farmers list. So I'll just go to farmers list. Then you can say this is farmers list. And we should be good to go. Then we can add a new page. We can add a new page here for, you can say here, I think before even adding that page, we can confirm to, we can create a list of, we can create a table that will actually be storing the farmers and the field agents. So let's create a model. Yeah. Let's call that farmers. I'll click this as public. Then here, I'll need some very important things. So I'll have my first name. These are data for farmers. I'll also have middle name. I'll also have last name. Also have here last name. Last name. Then we can have our full name. Public string full name. So that will be our full name. Then you can have our phone number. You can say the location where they are in. And you can say, you can have a boolean, whether this farmer is active or not. The farmer might not be active, or he or she actually quit to rear poultry. Then we have what other thing can we do for a farmer? We have their phone number. We can do here string. Can do their email address. Then what other thing can we have for a farmer? You can say phone number. Can do here. This is the location. We can get the date of birth so that we know whether our farmers we have kids who actually ventured into farming. Then we have here, we can say here date of birth. We can also do what we call gender so that we know. We can also put in some information here. We can say here ethnicity. You know which ethnic group, ethnicity, are actually more focused in farming. So we say here ethnicity. And these are bare minimum details that we can improve these as we go along. So what you need to know, we need to add this to our table. We need to create a table for this. We'll just add this here, and this will be created. So then we also need to add our model for field agents. So I'll add model for field agents. That is our field agents. I'll do here, let me zoom. I'll do here public. Then here I'll have also the same thing. I'll have the ID. But before we proceed, you see our agents here. So we'll need to ensure we have specified the primary key, and it's actually unique. So the ID, and this data we are mostly getting it from the server. So let's go to field agent. We also need to say here primary key. Primary key, and this is unique. So we'll need for the field agent, we'll need their first name, middle name, last name, their full name. I think we just need the same data. I'll just copy this. But for the farmers, I want us to let's just do this. So for the farmers, so this is field agents and this is location. For the farmers, I don't know if yeah, I think we can. For the field agents, I want us to, every field agent should be assigned to a location or a region. So we should not having agents that or we can say we can have a different matrix where we are having farmers assigned to agents. Yes, we can have those kind of things. So we can also have a collection. So we can say this is a collection trip. So we can say can have this as a, can say eggs. Can call it egg collection. Eggs collection. So this is where the agent collects the eggs. They'll be entering these details. So we'll have the ID. So this is now crude from the field. Sorry. We'll say this is a primary key, is unique, and it's auto incremental. Then we'll have the ID. We have the farmer who is going to collect the eggs from, and the agent who is actually doing it. Then you also have a collection date when this is collected, number of eggs collected, location, we can do here location. Then we can say, we can call this is agent ID, farmer ID. Then you can do something. You can say here, total trays collected, total trays that they have collected. And then you can say here notes. You can just provide some quick notes. So you say the farmer, agent, collection date, number of eggs collected, location, total trays collected. So we'll be calculating the total number of eggs based on the total trays that they have collected. So, and we'll say here, so I think that's fine. What I want us to do now, we need to have these in our table. We need to create this. So we need to create the farmers. We need to create the eggs collection trips that they will be doing. And we also need to create the field agents. Field agents. So these guys will be going to the field to collect eggs. Now, for the farmers, we need to display a list of farmers so that every agent has a assigned list of farmers that they work with. So what I want us to do here, we can say content dot content. Then here I'll just remove this, and you're going to call this as a scroll view. Then we are going to have one thing. So we are going to have this as a grid. Say this is a grid, and I want us to have this as a collection. You can see it has even suggested for us. So we are going to have this as a grid. We say imagine row definition. We have auto and that. Then we say we put in here. We don't need even to display the title, but the collection view, we are going to have a collection view. Then our collection view will be margin. We can say 0, 10. Then collection template. But our item source, this is the list of data where we are going to collect. Then collection template, data template. Then you're going to say this is you can do here border. So you can do here border, and then you can say we'll just do here border. Let me just move that. You can say your margin. You can do 2, 1, 1, 2. Then padding I can do 16, 8. Then here I can do background color. I can do static resource. Then we can say white. Then I can do here stroke shape. Stroke shape I can say round. Say round rectangle. 10. Can do 10, 10, and 10. So there are actually 4 of them. Then you can say stroke thickness. And do here 3. Then our grid, we can have our grid. We'll say here grid. Then column spacing, say 10. Then here we can say row spacing, and say 10. Then for every grid, on our grid here, we'll be having the row definitions. So we'll say grid. So it has put in the columns. Yeah, it's actually the columns definition. So we'll say columns. This is auto. Then we can close that. But we also need we need 2 columns per row. I think that's fine. So we can close and have our so we can close our grid definition. We can say here close that. Then define for us our grid. Sorry, say here grid. Then dot row definitions. So for our row definitions, what you are going to do is for row definition, we are going to check this just to ensure that. Sorry, we're going to check this. I'll remove this here. I'll remove this here. Then we can say here on our row definition, we can specify. I'll just close that. Then inside here, we can do the first row. We'll say grid row 0, column 0, text is first name. So this is the first name of the agent. Then we can say font attribute is bold. Text is that. You can also say font size. Font size. You can say medium. Then text. Text, we have the text. Then you can say text color. So I usually like to have a 1 line per rule here, which is a bit easier. Then you can say here text color. Then I can say static resource gray. So that is fine. So this is we should be having one. So then I can have another label. So another label I can say this is, so the next row is 0 and 1. Then, but now that one, we'll be binding the value. So we'll do here binding, and we'll bind our, remember these are farmers, so we'll bind our first name. So we'll just come here and say first name. We do the same. So this is, so here we'll have done something. So I'll just put in a comment here. So this will be first name. So this will be first name. The next one that we need to do, we can say we need to have another middle name. So the middle name will be having row 1, column 0, and this will be middle. Sorry, I think that's not the right one. This one, be row 1, column 0. Then this will be middle name. Then this will be row 1, column 1, and that will be middle name. Then this will be middle. We also have the last name. So I'll just copy here, go back, so go there. So this is last. Then this will be row 2, column 0. Then this will be last name. Then here we'll be having, how many columns do you have? Rows is 2, columns is 2. So you'll be having 0, 1, 0, 1. So the last name. So this will be, what else do we need to showcase? Phone number. We'll come here and say this is phone number. So here we'll be having, this will be phone number, and then this will be, we can add your phone number. Then we can copy this. So this will be row 2. So this is 0, 1, 2. Then you can have 3. So you can have 3. And have 3 here. So what else do you need to specify? You can say date of birth. You can specify date of birth. Date of birth, and this will be our value. So this will be date of birth, and this is row 3. Row 3, column 0, then row 3, column 1. Now, if I can just proceed here, I'll paste this down here. Then what we can display another details. This is gender. So I'll say this is gender. This is row 4, and you can say gender here, and that is what we're binding. So we'll say 40, then 41. Then you can do the last one. So this is so you are displaying the data in a collection view. So we'll be able to see how that looks like. So on our farmers, that is our farmers, we do ethnicity. We can add more columns as we go, so don't worry about it. So this is 5, and this is ethnicity, this is ethnicity. So we have 6 rows, so we should be having these as 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6. Now, since we have done this, I want us to do one thing. We need to retrieve the list of, you see this farmers collection view. We need to have that collection view. Now, how do we do that? So we need to go to our view model here, what we have here. Then we need to specify our collection. We need to specify our collection. And the first thing that we need to do is we need to say here private observable range collection. I don't know if we have this. If we don't have, I want us to add one thing. Go to our NuGet Manager console. Then we need to add something called observable. What was the name? I think I forgot the name. Observable range. I'll just search that. Then this one. I think we have we had already added the community toolkit, and that will help us. So we had added the community toolkit MVVM. So let's just confirm if it's added. So let's click on it. So there we go. So if we go to our, so this will be observable range collection. Then we can say here we can have our farmers. Then we can say here farmers list. So just a minute. Let's do, so we'll be having our, can say this is downloaded farmers list. Then you can say this is new. You can see, so we need to import something here. We need to import, so I think this one, it's only having observable collection. Let me just check. So that's what we have here. But I want, so as you can see, it's only observable collection, but I want to have observable range. So I don't know which NuGet observable range. So I want us to have this. So I have, can just install this. Let me just install. Though it's deprecated, I'll check actually which MVVM helpers is providing that for now. So if I just come here, I'll just say here range, and I do here range. Then I can now import MVVM helpers. So you can see we have our MVVM helpers there. So this is our list of farmers. So we need to pull this list of farmers. So the first thing that I want us to do is I want us to provide a method here that is going to help us to pull that list of farmers. So how do we get the list of farmers from the database? So one thing that we need to do, we need to come with say a public. You see, observable range collection. What you have defined here is actually what we have at the top here. So we don't need this. Remove this. Then you say here observable range, observable collection. So you can say observable range collection. Then our farmers. Then this should be our method. Let me just do away up to here. Then this one we can say get downloaded farmers list. So remember, this list will be getting it from the server. So I can say here await async task, and I can do this. So this will be my task. Then I can say here, await. I can say here app dot database dot get table rows. We need to get all the farmers, and the rows we have is this one. So what is the issue here? This does not contain a definition of get awaiter. Yes, let's just do that. So this will give us all the, so for now let me just do this, but we'll enhance this. Then this will give us all the list of farmers. Then we can say downloaded. This one, we should actually add something here. We'll actually say here observable property. Then I can remove this and I can do this. Then this one you can say downloaded farmers list, replace range, and it will actually replace everything. So this one, then you can say return, and I can actually return even this. Return this. It's returning observable range collection. So that's fine. Then this one we should say this is partial, and we should be good. Now, after we've done that, I want us to, whenever you navigate to this particular page, it should be loading the list of farmers. I need to go back here, and I want to add something. I'll say private override. So I'll say override. Sorry, what is it? Will be override. Then I want to override async. As even noticed. So mine is avoid. This will be async on appearing. Then I can say here, I can say this is on appearing. I can remove this. I can also do the same for can do here protected. So protected, then override disappearing as well. So this is also protected. So once we have that, then I can do here something. So I can say if binding context. The binding context is, I have my binding context here. Then I can say VM dot. I can say here. I can actually say VM dot get farmers list. So this will actually get the farmers list. When it disappears, I say dot download a list of farmers, then I do dot clear. So this one, if I just go to our app, where is it? Do you have the view model? Yes. Let's just launch our app. Let's first see. So here we should bind it now to the correct. So we should bind it to this downloaded farmers list. So we can do that, and we can say here mode. These you can say two-way. Then we'll be having our first name, all this data. So let's just launch our app and see how it looks like. So if you are following our video and you haven't subscribed, please consider subscribing, like the video, and also comment down below. So we notice 90% of you guys are watching our videos and you haven't subscribed. So if you're one of them, please consider subscribing. We'll just proceed. and we should be able to launch our app. So let's just wait. Our app is launching. So there we go. I'm going to build. So we have our dashboard. If you go to farmers list, we don't have any list of farmers right now. So, but we'll be able to see that. So, but now we can do one thing. Assuming we don't have any list, we can actually make our app to show us that when the list is empty, we can have a list. We can have something showing us that we don't have anything within our page. But before that, we can add something on our page for creating new. So we can add another list of agents. But do you need to add the list of agents? No. We can say here, can add another page. Can add another page for, let me just come here. You can say field eggs collection list page. So this is the list of page for all the eggs that has been collected. So field eggs collection list page. So I'll also put in a view model. We want now to start recording the eggs collection. Field collection list page view model. I'll just add that. Sorry, just added the wrong thing. We should be adding a view model. I'll just go back here and add a class. Say this is a view model. This is public. CTO. Then we have our local based local. We'll just copy what we have on our farmers list. Then we can improve it. So you see this one, I'll copy all this, come here, and I'll paste it here. But now this one I'll replace with, sorry, I think I've copied it to the wrong place. So we need to copy what we have on our view model, then paste it on our view model for eggs collection. This should be eggs collection, and this should be partial. So if you go, if we go back, so I'll just go back here, and now you see we had a table called eggs collection. So we can now replace what we have here on our farmers list. Instead of farmers list, we put in eggs collection. This is eggs collection. Then this is then this one will be said, we'll be calling it egg collected collected agent eggs list. This should be small. Collected agents eggs list. So we'll put this under underscore. Then here we'll be having collected agent eggs list. Then this is what we have here. So this is eggs, collected eggs, collected eggs. We're having this here. Then get, so we'll say get collected egg agent eggs. Get collected agent eggs list. So we also need to register this in our program.cs here. Then you also have our list page. Just copy this here and put it here. Then after doing that, we also need to register it in our root. I'll just paste it here. There we go. So after doing that, we can go back to our view model. So this one, now for our list page, we can borrow from our farmers what we just provided here. I'll copy this, go back to this, and we can paste it here. But now we'll change few things. So this will say field collected eggs list, and here, instead of having this as downloaded, we'll now have our collected agent eggs list. So we'll just come here and we put it there. Then remember our table, what it has. We can put in here for the eggs. Remember it has the farmer and the agent. So we can have on our list here, we can say the first one will be farmer name. Then we can say here, that is the farmer name. Then total trays. That's what we want to see. From the total trays, we can say total eggs. Total eggs. Some trays, I don't know if, so that is total trays, total eggs. Then you can say collection date. And then you can say here location. You can say location. And you can say, what other thing can we have within our collection date? We can say agent name, location, then agent name. Yes, so that's the details that we can have. So here you can say agent name, can have your location name. So this we can say location name. Then you can also have your collection date. Then you can say here total eggs, and then you can have your total trays. Then you have farmer name. So that's fine. We have our collected eggs, and that's okay. So we can also have, we can do the binding. Remember, we have created our view model. I'll just come here and update this. So this should be fill eggs collection list page. Then we can have our view model here. So you can say this is a view model. Can have this here. Can have this here. Then this should be get collected agent eggs list, and this is collected agents egg list. So that's fine. So confirm that this is within our program.ps file. Then after that, we need to go to app shell, and then we need to provide our edge. Can say here. So here we can say eggs collection list. So this is the list of eggs that has been done today. So the page that you'll be navigating should be this one, and you can paste it here. So after that, I'll just launch our app. So let's just launch our app and see. So if you're watching our videos and you haven't subscribed, please consider subscribing, like the video, and also comment down below. So you have an error somewhere. Where is it? Let's just confirm. We have an error somewhere. Yes. So if you go to app shell, you realize that we need to have these as eggs. It should be having different naming here. So let's launch and see. So we should now start working on some few changes, and it should be good. We should be good to go. So we are going to add a section to create eggs, so that you're able to start and do everything. Let's just launch. So there we go. So we just come here. We realize that we have our eggs collection list. If we click on it, you see field collected eggs list, and we have all these details. Now, this is where now we'll be adding and saving data within the app. So we need to have a button to create a new list of eggs that we've collected. So I'll just come to the list here, and I need to have my button. So I'll say content page, then the toolbar items. Then here I can say toolbar item. Then I can say text. I can say here, I can do a plus, new. I can say new, can say new tray, can say new collection. Then I can close this. So if I just do that and update our app, let's relaunch our app, we should see a button at the top of the screen, which will actually help us to create new collection in a day, assuming you're in the farm and you want to collect new eggs. So that's what you should do. So I'll just proceed here, and I'll come here, say eggs. So you'll see here we have now a button called new collection, or you can just call it new. So if I just update, rebuild and apply. So we need to create another form that will be saving the data. So let's see. So let me just do that. So if you go to eggs, you see you have this new here. Now our app on this side looks a bit boring. So you can add icons. You can add icons, and we can get those icons here. We have the icons 8. So you can get if you want to see. So here we can go to icons 8. Then I can say here icons. I can look for icons. I can say list icons. So if I just put that, I'll get some icons here. So you see this, I can take this. I can download that. I can also look for home icons, which will be our dashboard. So I can put this, download that. Then I can also put in register. Let's say register. If we are going to register some things, we can have an icon for registration. Which one is good? So you can pick a list of icons here that you can use. So I'll just come here and I just want to have the registration. Let's say registration. Registration. So you can see we have some icons here. I think I can add, can say, let's say eggs. Yes, I can put this. I can download this and say egg tray. Let's see how it looks like. Yeah, so you can see this. This looks better. So I'll copy some of those icons. I'll just copy them. Let me just rename them here. Say egg tray. Then I can have eggs. I can have home. I can have list. So all those list of icons that we've just downloaded, I'll copy them, go to our app. I'll go to our app, and then if I stop this app, then go to the resources folder. Then under images, I'll paste it here. You can see I have my eggs, egg tray, home, and list. Now if I go to the app shell, under dashboard, I can have my icon. I can say icon. I can say, you can see I'll see it here. Then I don't know, do we usually have icon here? Yes. I can put in home here. Then for farmers, let me see. So let me just confirm. I can say here farmers. Poultry farm, poultry. So we can say poultry. We see if we have a poultry list. We can get a list of chickens. I can use this. So for farmers, I'll just say chicken. So that will be my icon. If I paste it here, then I'll come here for farmers. I can say icon. Then I can say chicken. Then I can also have my icon here. That will be, so let me zoom. Then for the eggs, I can have my egg icon, and I say egg tray. Then I have here also another one. So let's launch our app and see if it will be having the new icons. So you should be having the new icons, and that is great. So let me just let's launch our app and see how that looks like. So our app is launching. If you're following our series and you haven't subscribed, please consider subscribing, like the video, and also comment down below. So you notice most of you guys are watching our videos and you haven't subscribed. So our app is launching. So if you go to our app, you'll see now we have the icons. You see, you have the home, farmers, we have eggs, and you can add a new one. So I want us to add a page. I want us to add a page that we are going to collect the farmers on. That is the eggs from. We need to keep in a record of eggs that we are collecting. So I'll come here and we go to pages. Then I'll call this add new, then this page. Then I'll call this add edit eggs collection page. That is my page, add edit add. So we'll be using it for both updating and adding. So then for the view model, remember we just use the same model name, but we have to put in our view model. So then I'll just say this is public, our constructor. Then you can say this is partial. Then you can have this as a local-based view model. Then I'll add this here. I'll come here and say transient, but I'll also need my page. I'll come to the page, I'll put it here, and I'll add this here. I'll just do that. Then I'll have that. So what I want us to do, we need to also go and add this to our app shell. For the routing, I'll just put it there. Have this page here. Then we should be good. So the next thing that we need to do is we need to come here and now go to our page. So on this page of ours, I want us to also bind it. So I'll just come here, copy what we had done, go here, replace this. But here now we are using our add edit view model. I'll just add that. Then this is our collection page. Then I'll remove this and remove this. So we now have our add edit view model. Now, what we need to do is when this page is created, when the button that we have, when the button that we have here is clicked, Where is our, let me zoom this a bit. When we have this button here, we need to bind this so that whenever someone clicks on it, it opens our new form. So how do we do that? So we need to go to our list page, and we need to have a button. We can say public. We need to have a button that when it is clicked, it takes us to the new form without any struggle. So it will actually open the form for someone to register the list of records that we intend to collect. I'll say this is I'll say private. Then I say here async. Then I can say task. Then I can say a new egg collection. This is a command. So you see, it is even proposing for us. So that's fine. But now we need to have this as a button. So you'll say this is relay command, and you're going to say this is a method. So here you can see this is telling new eggs collection. Then it should navigate to the page. Which page? This one that we are collecting the eggs from. So then there's this new button on our list of eggs here. We should come here and say command, then we bind it. Binding, then we have that. So if we now launch our app and we try to click on that button, it will take us to the new form where we should capture the trays that we've collected. So that's what we need to do. So let's just proceed and see how that looks like. So we'll just move forward as our app is launching. So you can comment down below in case you have any question, or even if you need you have any suggestion that we can do. So our app is launching, so let's just wait. Then we should be good to go. So there we go. So it's launching. So let's wait. There we are. We have our app. So this is our application. We are building this in .NET MAUI. As you can see, we go to eggs collection. We have the list here. So if I click new, what is not happening? There is something wrong. So if we come back here to our list, and here, let's put a breakpoint here. If we click on it, okay, yes, this is not even, yes. So this one, it said we should add something called command. If you don't do that, then your button will not be detecting anything. You'll be clicking on it and nothing happens. So if you're following our series and you haven't subscribed, just like the video, comment down below, and we will be able to answer. Tell us where you are watching us from, and that will keep us motivated. So if I go to our app now, eggs list, then if I click new, so it should hit our breakpoint. So you can see we are now there. And if I just proceed, just say edit. So we proceed. So you can see we now have our page, add edit collection page. So that's the page that we are going to now add a form, and we are going to do the entries. You can say here, this title of our page, you can say new eggs collection. So if we just update, you can see this is our new eggs collection. Now, another thing that we need to do is we can now borrow even the community toolkit. We are going to use it. I'll just come to our page here, and I can paste it and remove this. Then on this particular section, I'll call this, let me zoom this. I'll have this as a scroll view. Then here, I'll have my vertical layout. Then on this section also, I'll need to have the entries. So the first thing, I can copy some of the things that we have done. So on our add, we need some text input. So our text input here, first thing I need to know is I need to know the agent should actually select. So this it should be the farmer name. When you are entering, it should tell us who the farmer is. Then this we should actually do picker. We'll be picking the values from. So this will be int. We'll call select. We'll say here picker. Then I'll say option. I'll just remove this. I'll want the picker, and then I'll call, but some of the, I'll call this font size. I'll do here 14. Then I'll say title. I'll say select farmer. Then this will be the first. Then the next one should be, I can say total trays. Then this should be entry. So this should be entry. And then you should actually say here, keyboard. You should actually enter the numeric values. Then you can say font size, that's fine. Then you also have total. You can say total. What other thing do we are we entering? So let's check our model for eggs collection. We have the farmer collection, number of collection trades. Yeah, I think that's fine. You can say here. We can do. We can also do the location. So they can pick the location. You can say here location name. Location name, then we say select location. So they'll be selecting the list of locations that we have. Then you also have, you can say here date. You can say collection date. Then you can say this is date picker. So we'll be having date picker. Then we can remove this. So if we update our app, you'll see our form is forming here. So our form is actually forming. I don't know what that means, but you can see we have our date picker. We have here our selection buttons, and we have even the farmer name details. Then we also need to put in the notes. So the agent can put in the notes when collecting the eggs. They can say agent notes. So once we have that, then you can say here entry. Then that is the notes. But you can also have the button. So that's the button of adding. That is the button of adding the details now. So one, we can have the button down here. You can say here button. Then you can say text. You can say save and call it save details. Then our button, we can say here horizontal option. We can say fill and expand. I'll just come here. Then we can also have here, you can say corner radius. Corner radius, we can do here 10. I can say background color. Background color. You can say this is static resource. So you can do here static resource. Then you can say here green. Let's see this fill. So if we check on our app, we need to close this. If we save it, you see our button, you can actually have the font size. Font attributes, you can do bold. You can say font size. You can do here font size. You can do here to 18. So you can see this is how our form is coming up. Now, I want us to also add here activity. You remember we had our activity indicator that is showing whenever we are doing something. So this one, we can just copy it and have it here. So that's one thing. So here we have this that's the scale, and we should be good. So we just do this as true. We realize what is happening on our form. You can see it will be having a loader. So this is how our form looks like. So our form is coming up, but now you see it is actually going beyond the screen. We need to make it a bit more friendly. So we can change the styling, the layout here. We can put in a margin. You can say margin 20, and you can say here padding. You can do padding here. You can say 5, and you can say spacing. You can do here 15. If we just do that, you can see now our screen. You're able to see the layout. Now we have one thing that we need to check. So on our text input, I can define what we call the input view model. Then I can just put in this. Then I'll say input view model. I'll just replace this here. Place this here. Then if I save, then you can see my screen how it looks like now. So our buttons also should not be that big. Our input areas. You can see it's now looking presentable. Now, I want us to define one thing. So because we've done this section, this form, we need now to see how when you click on save, you are able to save the data. So let's come to new. Then I need to define some key things here. The first thing to define here is the model, and that model is what you are going to, what you have been going to register. So this form is meant to register the eggs. So what we need to do here, we need to come here and say, let's just go back here. I'll say here public, then eggs collection, then I'll say eggs collection. So I'll borrow this. Then I can have my observable property here. But this one I'll call it _e. Then I'll just close it that way. Now, whenever we are launching our app, the first time, I want us to check two things. I want us to say this. We can actually come here and do one thing. So we can have the, you see this collection of this list of farmer, total trays, location name, and even agent notes. So we need to bind it. So how do we do that? So for agent notes, you can come back here. Then we'll just say here input entry text binding, say binding. Then we say eggs dot notes. So anything that is not the picker is the same thing. You can say here. You can say here date equals to that, and then we pick the date, which is eggs collection. Then we can pick this date here. So we can do here. If we go to the form, we do here. So you can also prevent people from having maximum dates. You can prevent them from having various dates. That is selecting dates that are in the future. So you can see that. So for the total trays also, you can do the same thing. So total trays here, I'll just do text. I'll say text, and I'll bind. Then you can take the field for total trays. Where is it? We have the total trays collected. So I'll have it here, and I'll paste it here. Then that's fine. But now we need to have a user selecting the farmer, selecting the location, and also I think those are the two main things. So let's just check on the form. So we have the farmer, then this one and this one. So, but before even doing that, we can even automate our button. So the button that is for saving data. So that button, we can say whenever you click on it, it will take us to the section where we can see the data that we've provided. So you can go to our form here, and you can say here public, then async. You can say this to private. You can say private async, then task. Then you can say save egg collected. So this is a method, and you can do that. So we are expecting some issues when we are dealing with this. So we can wrap this in our try catch. Then you can say this is a catch. I have exception. I can say X. Then I can do this. So we can even have an alert for the exceptions that we will get. You can say here, let me just see. So here, I want us to, so this one we can decorate it. You can say here relay command. We'll have save collected, and you can rename this to save collected eggs. Save collected eggs. Then this one will be our button. So if we come back here, and on our button, you can say bind command. You can say here command. Then we'll be binding that. Then we say command. Here command. So if you go to our eggs, our form, we can try to check. We can say if is busy, we return. But then we need to set our is busy to true. Is busy true. Then you see this, you can say here now inside here, you say this, I can say variable reg values, reg equals to, you say this, then we say dot eggs. So we can even have on our model, we can even have a unique ID, which is actually GUID. We can say, so that we check that those records are not duplicated, we can use this GUID, unique ID. So if we just do that, then for every record that we create or we generate, it has a unique ID. So no one will tell us that it is. So we'll say new GUID, but also remember you can put in new GUID and say create. You can put in version 7. Then on version 7, you can even have a timestamp, but we can have it that way. So you remember our method for creating. So this one that we had created is now making sense. We have create. We'll just be using now. You see, we've generated the GUID. Then we say await app database.create async. Then you pass the table. Then it will create our table. But now, before even doing anything, let me just put in a breakpoint here. Let's relaunch our app and see if we can try to create something. So there we go. So if we go to our app, eggs, then you say new. You see, we have our form. So currently we've not populated the drop downs, so that's fine. If I put here some numbers, location you have not populated, then the date of collection, you can put it someday. Then we can put in some notes here. I'll just put in some notes. Then if I click, let me just put in breakpoint. So if I click here, save, so you can see we now have our collection. And if I proceed next, you realize that this is null. Yes. The reason why this is null, we need to, whenever we load this particular page, we need to actually open it. So I'll just come here and say, I'll say here data, which one? Say eggs collection equals to new eggs collection. And I don't need this. I'll just say here new. So let's relaunch it again. We should not be expecting it now to be null. So you should be able to see that. And so if you're not subscribed to our channel, consider subscribing, like the video, and also comment down below. So you can tell us where you are watching us from. So our app is there. So if you go back to our list, then you say new. It should give us the, so it's a bit lagging, but we'll see that. So you can see our form, can put in some numbers, location also, and select the date and put in some notes. If I click save, you see we should not be expecting this to be null. So you see we have some values that we've just provided. You see this is the notes that we just keyed in. Our tray value is here. Then our date collected is here. Then when we proceed, our GUID will be generated and assigned to it. You can see this is our GUID. It's generated. We have the total trays, the values. And if we proceed, it will actually create our record. You can see it has actually created. And if you hover, you realize that our ID will be 1. So it has been assigned already a primary key. and remember when we were creating our table, we said our model, this particular ID is our primary key. It's unique and should be auto-incremented. And that's what our app has done. So it has created the record, and we now have the record. Saved. So you can see we have the collection date, we have the unique ID, total trays collected, and that's fine. So if we proceed, that should be okay. But now remember, our activity is still loading. You should actually stop after doing that. We should come here and say this should be we should actually do this, and we set this to false. We'll set this to false. Then whenever there is an error also, we should set this to false. Then we need to bind this. If we go to our form, we need to bind this. We should actually not say it's true. We'll bind it to is activity. It's busy. Then it should always be running. But now, whenever you save the data, you should actually tell a user that a record has been saved. You remember, currently we didn't even know whether a record has been saved or not. So I want us to add an alert. So here, if we come back here, you can say here, I'll just come here, and I can say here actually show success message, and we'll have something. So if I just do that, we'll be given a suggestion. Let's just see. App can say you can see here, await. This is what we have. So you should come and do this. So you should see here, await current main page. Then this should be display async. Then you see success, we put in, then we say X collected successfully. Then we'll have our message there. So we try to now relaunch again and add some data. So we should be able to add some records. So if you are watching us and you haven't subscribed, please consider subscribing, like the video, and also comment down below. So let's just go to our eggs. And there's one thing that you should now notice. You realize that our list of record is now appearing. It's because we have some records in our database. But now we'll see why the values are not showing. So let's just add another one. So we don't have the list of, so I'll just provide here some values. Don't have our location, provide the date of birth. I'll select here. And you can see it is allowing us to pick more values here. So I'll just go select the value here. Then I'll just do this. Then if I just click here, save, then I'll have my values here. So you can see I have the values already provided. And if I proceed, I have my reg. Then I can just proceed and save. You can see our message is telling us now eggs collection successfully saved, and we now have our list of records. So if we just go back, we realize that our list is growing. So I think this is how we are going to ensure that we provide more of these data. So we're going to see how we are going to display the records that we've just saved, and check if there's anything that we need to update. So I think I want us to pause there for some time, then proceed in a few. So just taking a break, then we can proceed and and display the records and proceed with other things. So let me just throw in a few. So this is our icon. So in case you want to get some of the icons, so you will get from the icons 8, and that will help us to. So I'll just let me just Welcome back. So we can proceed with our series. So if you are new to this channel and you haven't subscribed, please consider subscribing and also like the video. So just checking my audio. I think all is okay. So we can proceed now. And we can, as you can see on the list of on our app, we have this list of records. I'll just go to home. I want us to go to the list of fields. So I can go here, then you can check. If we navigate back, you should see our list of, so this is a list of eggs. You can see it's actually 2 records. So we have here, we have the collection date, we have the notes, the total trays collected, and the unique ID. We just proceed to this particular point. We realize that we'll be having our, you see, we have our eggs, and this is our list of eggs. Now, if we go to the app, let's just go to our collection list. So this is where, this is what we need. Then for the values, yes, farmer name, I think we don't have the farmer name right now. Total trays, we got it. So we have on our eggs collection, we have the number of eggs collected and total trays collected. I'll just come here and I'll bind it. Then we have the total eggs. I'll also bind it with the total eggs. Total eggs. Number of total trays, there is total eggs. Let me zoom it. So here I'll just put in here eggs. And collection date, we can pick it from here. We have our collection date. Then I'll just replace it here. Then you have location name. We don't have the location name, so I'll just put in the value. Location name, I'll just put in. Then it, agent name, I'll also, for now I'll just say macro code. Just say here macro code. But we'll change this. Then if we update our app and proceed, you realize that the values are now displayed. You can see total trays, farmer name. You can say this is farmer. You can say this is farmer. I'll put in some just numbers here. Say farmer B. So you can see our values. Then total eggs, maybe you can just put in a value. Then you see this is total eggs. I'll just update. And if I proceed, so that's fine. Now, what I want us to do, we should be checking something. I think there is something wrong with our total trays and total eggs. They seem to be sharing the total eggs. This is total trays 1, 0. Then 2, 0. This should be 2, 0. 2, 1, I mean. If I update that, then you should see our values displaying. So that is one thing. But now on our app, you might want to search this particular data. You can see you have the total trays, and you can also want to have some spacing here. So you can say here, let's say here, what is that? So we might want to put in some searching capabilities in our app. So I'll just want us to proceed and add it. So if you come to our app at the top here, we have a scroll view, we have the grid, we have the definitions. So before even we go to the collection grid, and this, you see here we had row 0. We can actually row 1. I think we can have something on row 0. So here I'll put in a vertical layout, and then I can say here background color static resource, say light green, but we will change that. Then we have our padding, say here 5. Let me just have this as and do that, and I can have grid dot row and do here 1. Then inside we can have our inside we can have our label. I can say here label, and I can say text. Not even, I want us to have a search. I can say here SF. So we did not import the Infusion input, so we need to have this. You can just come here to our list and you can add it here. Then here we'll say SF text input. Then you can close it, but you can add some styling here. You can say margin, you can do 555. Then we can also do hint. You can say search collected eggs. Then you can also do here input view padding. I'll do 2, 2, 3, 5. Then inside here, I can now put a search bar. For my search bar, I can say margin is 50. Or I can do here 2, 2, 0. Then I can say here font size. I can do medium. Font size, I'll say here medium. Then I can also have height request. I'll say here 55. Then I can also do here placeholder. I can say search collected eggs. Search collected eggs. Then I can also have a placeholder color and say this is a static resource, and I can say grade 100. Then I can put in text color. Text color, I can say this is static resource black. Then we can have we can close this. So once we close that, we'll be having this. We should be having so we'll have this. This is row. This should be row, grid row 0, not 1. So if we do that, we realize that at the top here we'll be having a search section. But our this is too much. So you can see here we have margin here. We can do here 5. Then we have this search. So here we can do, let's do this as 50 height of that search bar, and you can see the background is not that good, but we'll be able to enhance that. So don't worry about it. So that's why we can now search. You allow users to search based on what they see. So just minimize this. They're able to search this based on what they want to see. But you can see we have now a list of records. So the next thing that I want us to do, let's build our navigation menu. This menu is not looking great. So I want us to go back to our app shell. So just go back to our app shell. So we started by having the dictionary. We say base style. Target, you can say this is elements. If I just close this, say this is element. We have our background color, foreground, title, and selected. You can also add another one. You can say disable. If it's disable, you say disable color. You can say red. Do you have even red here? So you can add another color on our resources. So just go to colors and you can copy this. Sorry. So we can come here and we say this is red. So this is red. So since we have that, if we go back to our app shell, we can say this is red and call that red. And then we have unselected tab, background, foreground. We don't have foreground. You can add it. I'll add just that, then say a tab, foreground. Then color, I can do here white. Then unselected, that's fine. Then that is title. Then what I want us to do here, you can say here style, style. Then I can say here target, layout. I can say here layout. Then layout item. Layout item. I just want this to be layout item. So target is layout item based on style. Then I think that's fine. So we have that. Then I can also have something like tab. If you're going to do tabs, you can say here tab. That also can focus on that. But now I want us to change some things. So I want us to go to our header. See this header here. We have our layout. This actually should be, so we missed something here. So we should say layout header template. Layout header template. Then we say this is our data template. We say grid. We provide the header grid. We do here margin. Say this is padding 20. Background, we do white. Then row definitions, we just put in 2. We said we are going to have our logo. Then that is the height. So our height here, we have 80, then it's center. And this is grid row 0. Then grid row 1, we have our name for the system. Then we have our text, all that. Then it's still center. Then we just close the template. Then what it follows is the layout item. So let's just launch our app and see. So we should now be able to see our navigation menu with some changes, and we should proceed to do some other things. So Let's just wait and see. So if you are watching our video and you haven't subscribed, please consider subscribing, like the video, and also comment down below. So there we go. Our app is launching. We'll just proceed here. And we have, you can see now, our app has changed. So we are having our navigation menu. We now have our logo. So you can see our logo at the top there. And at the toolbar title bar, you can see it has changed to this. So I want us to change this to be let's change our color to something different. So let's go to our colors. I want us to have something like light, which is a bit light. You have something like light orange, light gray. Let's just have it as light gray, or we have it. There we go. If we go to our app, then app shell, I change this light gray. You realize that we now have that. And if we click on farmers, eggs, we can change that color to something else. Let me just say primary CES. You can have something different. Let me go to the colors, and if I pick here, so you can say let me just you can say primary up, and say this is light. So which color can we change? Can we choose? Let me just look for proper ones that we can work with. I'm looking for some palettes that we can work with. Let's see this. So we have something like this. Don't know how that will look on the app. If we update, you can see. I think that's better. Yeah. So this is the list of our. So if we go to eggs, we have that. But now, you see here unselected is showing some things. So if I do here dark orange, what will be the value? If we go back here and check that, so we can try to update some things. But now, what we wanted was this particular header here, which is now back. So you go back here to eggs, you can see our list of eggs, and you can add new ones. So if we click add, we're able to add a new one. Let's say here some values. We have here that, and we have here this. So if we click add, it's able to add, and it gives us the success message. But now it is stuck. So once you add that, it gets stuck on this particular form. Sometimes when you add it, it goes back to this section. You see, so that you're able to see the records that you've added. So here, you should actually navigate. Let me stop this. So I should stop. We should navigate. Let me navigate to the list page. So there we go. So you can see that's a simple way of doing that. So let's try to add and see if it will navigate back to that particular page. It will navigate. So let's proceed, and we should see our app. I'll go here to list page, try to add, then I try to add some values. This one, just put in some values here. Click add. If I click OK, you see it has taken us back to the list page. And all this data, you need to know one thing. This data is being saved locally within the app. So we are actually doing this offline. We don't have any connectivity right now on this particular application. So if you go to the grid, I just want us to make it more okay. I'll just go here and I'll save for each of these. I'll put in a full column so that it separates the fields labels with the values. I'll just do that. I'll do the same thing. There we go. Then if I update, I also come back here and I do the same thing. I'll do that. I'll do the same thing here. Do the same thing here. Then on the date, location, then you can say agent, then you can say that's fine. Update our app, then it should be good. So I want us to make some few modification or changes, and based on what you are going to do. So if you go to our home page, this is the list of farmers, and this is the list. This is our home page. So we had added some things here, but it's not coming up. I think we need to check why. So we had added this particular section. We have our content, scroll view, but it's not showing. So I want us to do one thing. I want us to change our landing page. This landing page here, it's look boring. I want us to work on it. So if you're new to this channel and you haven't subscribed, please consider subscribing, like the video, and also comment down below. So what I want us to do on our page is I want us to go to our app and actually change some things. So here, this, I don't know why this page is not displaying. Let me just do away with that. Put that. You see if there is any change. So you see our home page is not loading, and it's not displaying anything, which is really bad. So we need to know why our home page is not displaying and what we need to do with it. So the first thing that we want to do is we need to define some few things. So I want us to go to home page. You can see here this is home page, and I'll say this is can actually do something like this. You can say this is VM. Then we can do this VM. This is VM. So once you do that, that should be easy. Then what I want us to do now is we need to define, if we go to this VM view model here, we can define some few things. So the first thing that I want us to go and define, you can get some data here. You can say here, so on this particular page, I want us to display, that is can even get the date or the person who is logged in. But now, before even doing that, we can do the styling. Let's go to the styling. This one has refused to. Let's relaunch and see if our app is displaying now based on the changes that we've done. So let's relaunch. It's still not loading. I'll just do source there. What if I do here chicken or egg trays? It's still not displaying. So for my case, you can just remove everything that is there, and we can. So here I'll just do content. I'll remove this now because it's not working. So I'll just put in here vertical layout. Then on this vertical layout, I'll do here margin. Let me see. We can do here 10, 10, 10. 10. Then I can close this. Then I can say here on this layout, I can have here my background color and say app theme and do binding. Say app theme. Can do here. Can say dark. First white. Then I'll say light. I'll do static resource. Then I'll also do white. Maybe I'll do here white. Then I'll need my logo somewhere. If I just come here, I'll need I can say this is I can have here my spacing and say maybe 10. Then the logo that we have here on our login screen, I'll copy this logo here. Then I'll have it here, but now without a row. I'll just come here and have it. Then we have our center. Then before even doing anything, I want us to add some cards. That cards will help us in doing some few things. So I'll come here and do another vertical layout and say here margin. You can say this is 5. I can close it. Then I can have my label. I can say label. Then you can say here text and say overview dashboard. Then I can close this. But now my label, I can have the font size of 20, font attributes of bold, and I can do also, I can do font that is horizontal options. Horizontal options, I can say here center. So then margin here, I can do 0.5. I have my vertical layout, but within my vertical layout, I can add grids. Let me see if we have any changes. So you see our navigation, we have our list here, but our dashboard has decided to be MAM now. So if we go to styles, let's just check if there's anything in style that we have not checked, that it might be affecting us. So I'll go to search handler, shadow, slide, swipe, switch, time, title bar. We have our app shell. So you see our app shell here. We've actually, I think we've defined it at the other side, but it's still here. So let's just go back. I'll go to our home page. Go to home page. We have our home page here. I'll remove this. That's fine. We have our home page here. Home page. That's fine. So if we go to home page here, we have dashboard. Then what I want us to do, let's do this. There we go. Let's relaunch the app. I'll just relaunch the app. Let's check why this is not displaying. So if we go to this is our home screen. I'll just go back to, let's confirm, program.maui. We have data store. If we go back home here, yeah, I think I've seen what is the problem. So the problem that we have here is a very serious one. So I don't know how we deleted the initialize component. This is what is needed on this particular page. We just load, we remove this. So ensure your pages has this. Without this, nothing is. The SAML file is not binded. So you'll not see anything. So let's just launch our app and see. We should now be able to see the content of the page. So let's just proceed. You can see we now have our home page. So we have the overview dashboard. So let's just proceed now to work on the menu. So we said we added this one. So you can now add our grid. Say grid. You can have column definitions. So you can do here. I just want to have 2 stars equals 1. Then row definitions. You can have 2 stars as well. Then you can also have row spacings. Here row spacing. You can do 5. Column spacing, can do 5. So that's the first thing that you need to do. But also I want us to do, we can have here margin. So we can do here 2, 2, 2, 2. So then I can close my grid. But now within the grid, I want to have borders. I'll say here border. Then on each border, I'll say this is the first one. I'll say row. This will be row 0, column. This will be row 0. Then you can say grid dot column 0. That's column 0. Then I can have stroke thickness. I can do 2. I can also do stroke shape. We said rectangle. This is round. Rectangle. Round rectangle. Round rectangle. Then we do here 20. Then background color. For this one, I can do static resource. Then I can say green, light green. Then I can also do here shadow. I can have shadow. You can say 0, 8, 12. Then I can do here hash. I can do hash. Then I can do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Then I can have here padding and say this is 5. I can do this say 15. Then I close my border. So when I close this, inside here, I can have my text. I can say vertical layout. Then I can say spacing equals to 6. Then can also have reason I'll close it. Then I can have my label. I can say label. I can do here. I can say here. This is kind of an icon. So you can say. You can say. Can have your text. Then you can say plus. And do something like plus. Then I can say font size. We can do 30. Font horizontal options. I can say this 30. Then I can close this. Then I can have another label. I say label. Then you can have text. Then I can call these farmers. Then I can call font attributes. I do bold. Then if I have it, I can also do font size. Then I can say here 18. I can do text color. Then you can do here static resource. This is a static resource. And you can say this is white. So since we have that, I can also do another. So this layout for us will be having around 3 or 4. Let's say 3. So I'll close this. I'll copy the same thing and have it here. Then you can say, instead of, it will be now having value. We say farmers, we have like, let's say 30 farmers. Font size, we can do here 24. Then text color, we can do white. Font attributes, can do bold. And horizontal text alignment, we can do here end. So then you can see here we have this, and we've closed here, we have closed our border, and that's fine. So we just update our app right now. You'll be able to see a card. You can see we have this particular card that we have here. So here if we say light, or we say this is green or magenta. You can see we have our app here and it's showing us that. But now, where can we get we can do our you can do emojis on our, so let's just see on if we can get emojis for our icons. So we can say here people. So emojis for people. Where is it? Can do something like see that emoji was copied. If we come here, what will it paste? You see, if we update, we'll see our emoji there. How does it look like? It has some spacing, which I don't like. So we go back and get another one. You can say something like this. No, I don't need that. You can say, yes, I think you can get one from here. You can get an emoji for chicken. Do you have it? Yes, you can have this. See that? We come here, paste it, update our app, and you can see then this font size, we can have it as 24, and you can say this is all farmers. So that will give us a list of all farmers, and you can see it's around 30. Now, if we copy this border here, and we paste it down here, then let me just highlight some things. So I can break this down, bring this down. Then we have this. We have this here. We have this here. We have this here. So we'll just come here. Then on our border, we'll say the row is 0, but column is 1. Then this one we can have another color. So I don't know which color will we pick. You can say here that color. Then we can say collected eggs. So this is the eggs that has been collected. And if you come back, you see this is how the app looks now. So this is the all farmers, and say all eggs, and say this is all eggs. So we have our eggs there. We can put in an emoji for eggs. Egg. This is an egg emoji. So I'll put in here. So if I update that, you can see how our app looks like. So we have our eggs. Then we can also copy the same border. The good thing is once we've designed, then we can reuse. So I'll just copy this. Then I'll come down here, and I'll just have, say, all trays. This one, then I can have a different color here, and say orange. Then this is now row 1, column 1, column 0. Then we'll be having so we need to have another emoji for tree, egg tree. We can carry something like this. I can have that one did not copy. It looks like that. Let's just confirm. Yes, see, all trees. So this one you can say total. Instead of all eggs, you can say total farmers. Then here we can say total eggs, total trees. Then you have total eggs. Then once you have that, so you can see how they look like. Then we can do another one. We say this is and do that. Then here you can say total collections. These are based on the entries that the user has done, the agent. So you can say this is let's say this is 50. We say this is what is the value? I'm looking for the value. You can say this is 100. You can say here our total heads that number. Then these are, we say this is total collections, and here collections, and just say collect. I don't know which emoji will use for that. So we'll have so say here collect, say we can use like a rider or a bike. Yes, we can do something like this. So if total collections, we can use this as our guide. So, but now, yes, we have an issue. We say this should be row 1, column 1, and this should be, can have a different color. You can have it as green. So if we update our app, you can see how our app now looks like, and that's a bit cool. You can see we now have this particular section. This is how our app looks like, and we have this other side. we can be able to go and check on the data that we collected. So this one itabidi, this one we will need to do something. So I think we now have until that particular point. I want us to do one thing. I want us to design we now have our navigation menu and our dashboard. But before proceeding and doing other things, I want us to go to eggs. That is, we can even create another page. So let's just thinking of it. We need to add another page for logout, whereby our users who are logged in will be logging out from the system. So the first thing that we need to do is we need to create a page here. Then we can call this logout page. Logout page. So that is our page, and this logout page we can use the same model for log. We can create a new view model. It doesn't let's create our own view model. Then I'll just come here, class. I'll say view model. Click there. We'll have this. There we go. There we are. Then we have our local base. Then you can say this is partial. So then for our program.cs, we can bind this. We'll just bind it here. I'll come here and do that. Then we'll have our page. Where is our page? Logout. We'll have our page here. Just register it here, and we do that. Then the same page will need to come to our this particular section, and we can say here this is our page. Then we need to define our logout so that whenever we are on our app, we can log out. So I'll just go to app shell. Then I'll copy this and I'll call this item. I can say logout. Then I'll also look for icon. So remember our icons that we've been so this is I'll just look for the icon. I can say logout. So this is our logout pages, logout buttons. I mean logouts, icons. So I want to have some icons here. So I'll come there and say logout. Then this logout will be having it here. That doesn't look good. You can look for another. Let's say logout. Which one looks better? Let's find out. You can use this one. I'll just download that. So this is where you can get various icons if you want to have them. I'll just say logout, and I can go back to our app. So I'll paste the icons under resources. Then I'll have this. Then I'll have my logout. This is my logout. So here I'll use that. Then I can say here logout. Then once we have that, so we need to do something. So this is we need our page, a logout page. We have our logout page here. I can say that is logout and have this, and this will be logout. Then we have our logout, but now we'll have our root, but I want us to add some few things here. So here we'll say, if you navigate, we say shell dot flyout behavior is disabled, and then shell dot navbar navigation. So this will take you out of navigation bar. So that's fine. So if you do that, and if you go to a logout page, we can bind it the same way we just binded this. I'll just come here and do that. Then you can say this is logout. And we are using logout view model. So that's what you need to do. We'll just proceed and launch our app. Then we should see how that looks like. So if you're watching our video and you haven't subscribed, please consider subscribing, like the video, and comment down below. So let's just go to our, let's launch our app and see how this looks like. It's launching. Our app is launching. There we go. So there we are. We should be good to go. You can see this is our app, and you can proceed now to you can see our logout page is now available. If we click logout, it is taking us out of the navigation menu, so we don't see anything here. So we can even can put in now here something. We can put in even our image, and they say you are about to log out. We can do something like this. Remove this. We do that, so you'll see there. And say here, thank you, and say yes, thank you for, we'll say here, thank you, and do something like this, thank you. Then you can say font size, and do like that. If we do that, you see, then you can say, and confirm here, you can say, do something like 20, and say, please confirm that you are sure you want to log out. So we just put this text, and can see here we have our, so we can put in margin here, say margin 5555, and then we say spacing is 10. This is padding, do here 10. If we do that, then you can see, please confirm that you are sure you want to log out. Then you can have a button here. You can come and borrow the button that you have, and even the indicator. So we just come here and borrow this. You can have it here. Then you can say our button here will be log out, and here we can have this background color. You can say this is red. If we do that, you can see this is how our, that red is a bit tricky. So you can do a different color. So that red is very. We can add a different one. We can, let me just pick a color. Then if you go to colors, sources, colors, just here we can have this color here. I can call it dark red. I don't know if we have such a color. Dark. I'll call it dark red. So this, we should be having opening quotes here. Just copy it. Then if you go to logout page, I'll just go to my page here. Logout, then I can put in red. If you go back to our app, so this is how the app looks like. I can put in some text font size here. Font size, I can say here 30. And you'll see our logout page, and do here 20. That's big. So then we can see that. So whenever now you click this, then you are able to log out. But now someone might not be, you might have taken them to the logout screen, but they don't want to log out. So they might want to go back to the dashboard. So what should happen? So we should be having a button to take them in case they want to they wanted to log out, but they were not sure. So here we can do something. You can say here horizontal, take out. So you can have this wrapped inside our. Then we can say, you can have the first button. Then we can have, we can say this is, can have here, say padding 10, spacing 15. Then you say logout, font size is that, corner radius 20, height request. So you can say here height request can do 50. Then I can also copy the same button. Then I can say cancel. Then this will be dark orange. Then I can say color is the same. If we update that, how will our app look like? You can see this is our app. I can remove these paddings here. If I go back here and say logout, yeah, it's still tricky. So what if I say this is stuck? So it's deprecated now. You can see this is how it looks like. We can have it that way. So you can see now we have but now once we have that, someone might want to click those buttons. So we need to implement the buttons, that is for logout and login. So what we need to do, we need to go to our page, and the first thing that we need to go is here, then logout page. So if someone clicks, we need to have the buttons for logout and login. And cancel. So cancel, we can have it here. You can say private async. Then we say task. Then we say cancel. Cancel logout. So this is a method. Then you can do that. If someone tries to cancel, then you can say this is relay command. Then here you can say await shell then dot current then dot go to async. Then I'll do this. Then I'll have my $sign there. Then I'll do 1, 2, 3. Then I'll just have this, and I'll say here name of, then into brackets I can say home page. So this will take us to the home page. So if someone wants to cancel, then it will take us to the home page. I'll just go back to our logout. Then on the cancel button, I'll bind it. I'll say here command. Then I say binding. Then I say command. Then this button, so assuming we launch our app now, let's relaunch it and see. So I'll just relaunch it and everything will be all right. So if you're following our video until this particular point and you haven't subscribed, please consider subscribing, like the video, and also comment down below. So I'll just proceed. And try to log out. Our app is launching. So if I just go to logout and say here logout, then you'll see it will take us here. If I put a breakpoint, to our app. If I put it here and try to click cancel, so you see it has taken us back here. So if I click proceed, it will take us back to the home page, and we can still do what we wanted to do. You see this? Now there's one thing that I want us to do. You see this side of navigation menu, we had added our app shell here, but it's conflicting with what we have in our app. I want us to copy this. Then let's go to our styles. Then you see we have a lot of them here. So I just want us to copy paste that. Then we can compare the colors. For the background color, we want it to be our primary. So light, dark. We have that. For the foreground, that's fine. Title color is black. Disable, we said it will be red. Then unselected, we say dark orange. Tab bar background, we say this dark orange. Tab bar foreground, we say it's white. That's magenta. Title, it is green. It's fine. Unselected, you can say light green. Then page background, that's fine. So any other thing that you have here, I think that's fine. I can remove this. So you should work on these ones. Let me relaunch the app and see. So let's relaunch the app. So we have this app, and as you can see, I have a. So let me just confirm. If we do here background, we have red, dark orange, magenta. Right again. I'll just we'll work on this. So let's just proceed and see. We'll check on why those colors are not displaying. Now I want us to proceed to our. See, this is our page collection view. So do you have collection view here? Collection view. We don't. So I want us to make some few adjustments that we are going to do on our app. Let me see if so let's go to our, so you see this app, whenever we go to here, we click new, it will give us a form. This is the form that is giving us where we are collecting new eggs. But now I want us to, if we go to this particular add new, our page here is totally, so you can see here 10, 10, 10. It will be small, and do here 5. This is 10, 5, 5. So there we go. So we want us to go to our add edit and we should be able, let me just a minute. So let's do one thing here. For this record here, we need to define our, we've been able to click to form all this. We have here our field, and we'll be beautifying our app as we go, so don't worry. So if you click new, you get this particular form. So the issue we have now is on the select farmer and the location. I want us to define those two things, then we proceed and do other things. Remember, we are going to pull those data from our server. So the first thing we need to define here, we'll say public observable range collection Then we'll say this is farmers. Do your farmers. Then you can say underscore. You can say loaded farmers. Then you can say this is new, and you don't need even to do this, and just do this. So once we do this, then we can have here observable property. So you can do the same for locations. So that means locations also we need to create a model for it. So we are not created a model. So you're going to create a class here called locations. So on the mobile app, I usually create this in plural because they represent tables as well. So for the location, I just need the ID location. I need location name, a code, and I can say account name. County. Can have it as a county. Then we need to have that as auto increment, and it should be unique. So this data we are getting them from the server, so we don't need to auto increment. So if we will have been creating on the app, we could do this auto increment, but because they are coming from the server, I'll just make it that way. Then these locations we need to set it on our data store. Remember we had connected this to SQLite, and this is our database. So I'll just come here, and we have the locations here. We'll just go back to our add edit. Then we can copy this, and we can have our locations. So we'll say locations. Okay. Then these will be loaded locations. So these will be our locations. Now, these locations of ours, we need to load it whenever we click add or on our form. Whenever we add a new form, we should get the list of locations to our app. But now, because we have not pulled this from the database, I'll just try to imagine some things and put in some I'll just try to put in some add. I'll say add. I'm trying to add some few farmers so that we use it for our demo. But once we pull this from the server, we don't need to do this. I'll just say your name. So what is we can do first name, say farmer 1. We have middle name, farmer 2. We have first name. Then what other details do we need for the farmer? Phone number. You can just put those two and the phone number just to demonstrate. But this data will be pulling it from the database. You can just say here phone number. Then I can do here 07. So that is the data. Now I can have multiple of them here. Let me just format it so that I don't have problems. So here I'll just have that, I'll just have that, and I can do this. I'll just copy this, copy this. So here I'll just have this. Then here I'll be putting commas. So this one I'll say add range. So I can even say, let me just do this here. I'll say variable farmers equals to new list then farmers. I'll just have this. I'll be having my farmers here. Then I can add this collection here. So these will be my farmers. Same case to locations. So I'll say variable locations. You can see it has given me my locations. Then I can say location loaded locations will be add range locations. So now on our app, we need to go to our form and we need to do some things. You remember we have our binding, the picker here. We need to tell it the item source and we need to bind it. The binding is that. So I can do mod UA. Then you also need to do the same thing for our locations. I'll say locations. I'll go to locations. Where is it? Then I can also do item source. So this is the source of items where it will pull the values. Mod. Then I can say this is 2A. Now remember, these are list of items. So every time you select, you need to pick one record from all those lists that we've provided. So to get the selected record, we'll need to define it here. So we'll need to say for locations, I'll do here, and I can call it underscore. Let me zoom it. Underscore selected location. Then the same thing should happen to the farmers. So I'll say farmers selected farmer. So we now have that. So if you go to our app, we should go back to the form and we say item selected. We'll say selected item. So the item that should be selected should be binding, and we do this. This one, we remove the underscore, put capital S. So let me just break this down here so that you're able to see. So once we have the selected item, we have the source where the items are being picked. We have the selected item, but we need to know which values are displayed. So we need to say item display binding, and I think it had even given us item. You see, item display binding. We bind the value that you want to view. So for a case like, for example, farmers, we want to display full name. We'll display full name, and it has actually given us. You see, this is it. So the same case for location. we need to bind the selected location item. Then here we can say, I'll just go back here and I can come here and say item, selected item. I'll do here binding. Then I'll say here selected location. This should be farm. So you should actually take note of that. You can confuse that and you'll get problems troubleshooting. So then we also need the item display. Item display, and you can see it's telling us name. If we check on the locations, we have name. So if I try to launch our app now, we should be able to see the values of locations and even the farmers. So if you're watching our video until this particular point and you haven't subscribed, just consider subscribing, like the video, and also comment down below. You can comment, tell us where you are watching us from. We'll really appreciate. And in case you have a question, just comment down there. I'll just proceed and go to our eggs collection list. Then, as you can see, this is my list of records. So if I say new, as for the farmer, if I click, just note something. So we now have a list of farmers. So we say farmer 1, 2, 3. That's the full name, and it has given us all those details. But now we can change this to be farmer 2, 2. This should be farmer 1. Just do it 1, 1, 1. We do here 3, 3, 3. We do here 4, 4, 4. This should be 5, 5, 5. Then this should be 6, 6, 6. And this should be 7, 7, 7. This is 8, 8, 8. And this is 9, 9, 9. So for the other ones, I think it has been numbered. I just proceed. So if I just do this now, it will give us more. So let me just stop the app. Our IntelliSense will try to give us some good numbers. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So now if I try to do this, enter, you can see it's able to add for me. It knows what I need now. So if I do enter again, it has given me 10. If I do this, I think let's just work with the 9. So if I just launch our app now, you should be able to see the values that we pick from the drop downs. I think that's a simple way on how you can bind your values on pickers on .NET MAUI. So that's but remember, we are going to pull these values from the server. So this is our list of eggs. I'll say new, and here if I click it, you can see the list of values. So I'll pick 10, and you'll see the value that is selected is 10. Trays, I can say here, those are my trays. Location, so if I just tap it, I get my locations. That is the list of locations. So if I say 10, that's the value. Then if I say, I put in the notes here. But now, remember, we are saving the values. So for the values here, we can do one thing. We can do so you'll get the value reg, then you say farmer ID equals to selected. So you'll be getting now selected farmer dot ID. If you are saving ints, or you'll do the same for locations. So that is the location ID. Location, you'll just put in. I think we are not saving the ID, but we'll be able to do that. So for now, we can save the name. I'll say here location, selected location dot name. So that will give us the value of the selected location. So we just relaunch our app, and now for our list of values, like where we had location, we can now change it. Instead of adding, I think we have it. That's fine. So if I just launch our app, we should be able now to see the locations, and let's just proceed and see. So there we go. So I'll just go here to eggs, then new, then I'll say farmer, I'll pick 10. Trays, I can say this is my number of trays. Location is 10. Selection date, I can say this is today, and I can put in some notes there. So if I click save, I just want us to put in a breakpoint so that we see. I'll put a breakpoint there. If I click save, you realize that we now have our values there. If you hover on the selected farmer, remember we had selected farmer number 10. So this is the value that we have. First name is 10, first farmer 10, 10, and this is the phone number. So the ID is 10. If I just proceed, you realize our ID will be assigned reg, which is actually X collection. X collection is ID 10. Then the location, we had also picked location 10, and this is county J. The ID is 0. If we just proceed, we'll get our location name. So the value that we'll have here, we'll now be having our data registered on the app with notes, location, total trays collected, unique ID which has been generated. And if we proceed, our app will be saved. We have our success message. If we click OK, it is redirecting us back to the list. If we scroll down, we realize that the location here, I think we have an issue with the location name and the agent. Location name and the agent. Let me just go. Location name. You see, where is it? Location name. This is grid row 40. This is 41. This should be 50, and this should be 51. If we update our list, then we should be able to see. You can see our location now here. We have our location as 10. So you can see the values on the grid, which is the labels and the values kind of look the same. So you can separate this. So how do we can do something there? We can say here font attributes color here. We can do this black. You can do that black. Do trays black. We do this black. We do this black, so that they have different values. You can do this black and do this black. So if we update, go back, you can see it now looks better. So we have our values displayed, and these other labels are much darker. So we've been able to see, so let's add another form for farmer 5 trays. You can say this is total trays is that, location we say location 6, date here is that, notes that is then save. I'll just proceed here and do that. So once it's saved, it takes us back to the list. If you scroll down, we realize our location is here. We have our farmer, but now the farmer we were saving IDs. So I'll show you how to display the name of the farmer. Now, but I want us to see something. So here you see these agents, it looks like a text input, but someone can be typing a very long message. If you go to the add edit, on the text input, you can say here text type. You can say this is keyboard. Then you can say here, and say chat. If we update that, you realize that our form will try to be, and you can try to, can say here, right? Let's say 100. Let's see how it looks like. So you can see we've increased, and so someone can type in some long text if they want, and if they press enter, they can do the same thing. So, but now there's also other aspect to it. So if you see on the date picker, someone can actually select a date that is, you see 2050. So how do we validate this? So someone is selecting 2050. So what we need to do, come to the entry, then say X, and you say here name, and you can say here, can do on the picker, just on the date picker, I mean. Let me zoom in. So this is where you should do it. So it'll say name, you say collection dates, the collection dates. So on the main, on the code behind, you actually call this code behind. So I'll come here and I'll just say, if I do here collection dates, I'm able to see when I type it. If I just do that and say dot maximum date, I can do that, and I say date time is today. So they'll not select. So let's just try to see if we can pick a date. That is, then we can also do minimum date. Someone might say they've collected the eggs last year or something. So let's say here maximum, minimum, can do minimum date. You can say we're just allowing you to go back 1 year. So you can see here, so that we can control someone from picking different years and giving us wrong data. So let's go to our form and see. So I'll just come here, and when I go to new, a date, you can see it's picking from 2025. So if I select, I can only see 2 dates. That is 2025 and 2026. So if I click 2026, I cannot go past today. So you see today is 21st, and if the other dates are disabled, so I can only start today, yesterday, and those other dates. So I just pick today and provide the notes here, say good. Save here, I'll just select the date, the number of trays, and here that. Then I select and save. So you can see we have our data here, and you can scroll. So you can scroll the values that you've inserted. So one thing that you need to know, these values are actually stored on this app. So if I just close the app, relaunch again, my values won't be lost. So that means if someone is moving to the field and they are going to collect data, they don't have any connectivity and anything, then they'll be able to collect data within the device, and nothing will happen. So I'll go back to this particular section, and you can see I have my data. So we'll be able to see how you can push this data through an API, the database. Now you can see we have our data here. These are our data, but I want us to check something. Assuming we want to edit these records that we've just provided here, how are we going to edit it? So one thing that we need to do now, let's go to our app. We need to come here to add and edit, go to our view model. Now when we have our view model, we should check. So I want us to do something, and actually we might change how we are coding this. So but before that, we can just do one thing. I want us on our view model, I want us to expect a value. So I'll say int ID. I'll say int ID. So this int ID, we can be checking. We can say if ID is greater than 0. You can see it is doing that. So else we assume that guy is registering a new record. But if this is greater than 0, that is an edit. So they are trying to update. So what we need to do, we can say here, get table row, and you can see I am passing the table, the eggs collection. So this is the eggs collection. Then the ID is the primary key here. Then I'm getting ID, then this it is expecting to string, so it just say here to string. Then if this is not null, then we'll be having our registration. In fact, we can do something like this. As you can see, our registration is equals to reg. And if it's not null again, we can say selected farmer. You can just do this. Selected farmer, that is the farmer who is selected, is equals to the loaded. But this one I usually find it easy to do it here. I do it at the bottom. So I just say if this guy is not null, but and where is it? And our collection ID is greater than 0. Then I can load my details. That means I will have loaded, you see these farmers, I will have loaded them here. I'll have them here. So I'll not be having null values on my collection. So you can see now, this one, then I can say farmer ID and location. This is location name. So that's fine. So this one will be okay. But now, remember we have provided here the int ID. If we go back, this will start complaining. It will be telling us it is expecting something. So how do we address that? So this is where you need to edit a record.
So the first thing that we need to do, we can come here and say private, we say string registration ID, then we say get set. So remember I said we are going to use the same page. So the page that you used to create and the page that you used to edit is actually the same. So you should not be using one page for editing and another one for creating, because it is actually the same thing. So you'll be reducing a lot of work when you reuse the same page. Then here I'll say public string registration ID. Then I'll do this. So there we go. So you can see I have here my registration ID, get registration ID equals to value. Then this one I'll change here and say binding context equals to, I'll do this. So I'll remove this here. I can actually go to this and I can say here equals to 0. So if it's not assigned, then it will address this here. But now, in case this value is provided, I need to pass it. So I'll say int pass. Then I can say let's say URI dot unescape data string. Then I can say pass the value. So that's fine. I can close this again. So you can see I have here my binding context and all that, and then I have my value. But now, after this is done, I need to ensure that this value is applied. So here I can do something. I can do here what we call query property. Then you can see I pass my registration string. That's fine. So if I try to launch our app now, it should not affect what we've done. We should be able to add our new eggs collection without any problem. Let's just launch our app and see. So if you're watching our channel and you haven't subscribed, please consider subscribing, like the video, and also comment down below in case you have any question. So I'll just come here and say eggs collection list. Then you'll see a list of records that we have here. If I say new, it should not break or have any errors. So you can see we have not touched anything. So we just select here and say farmer 5, put in some tray numbers. Location, I have my list of locations. I say location 3. My date, remember we've restricted the dates. So you cannot say you collected the eggs in 1990. And you can also not say you collected the eggs in 2050. So we've changed that. So here you can see the last date you can pick is today. The other dates are disabled. So just do 10. Then here you can put in some notes. If I click save, then you can see my app is saving. Then it is taking me back to the list. And I can scroll my records to see what I've entered. Now, this data is being saved locally within SQLite. And if you want to see how we've started, you can actually watch the series. And if you need the source code, you can also claim the source code using the link down below. We'll be providing the source code of this project for those who will want to access without watching. But that one we'll be able to see. Now, here we have a list of records, but we need to edit. So how do we go about that? So we've been able to provide an option of providing the value of the record that is going to be updated, that wants to be updated. But now to update that particular record, we need to open it and actually initiate an editing process. So how do we deal with something like that, whereby you have a record and you want to edit? So let's go to our app. I'll just go here to our, but before that, if you know, we have actually the list here. So this, you should be able to tap this list. If you tap any of this record, you should open the form with the data that you had already keyed in pre-filled. So I'll just go to the list of, just go here, and here I'll have my list. So I'll be doing that within the field collection eggs list, and this is the page, field collection list page, and we'll go to the view model. Within the view model, I'll want us to do one thing. So we need to define, you know, the list that is being displayed is this list of eggs collection list. So here we need to say private eggs collection list. Then we say I'll do here selected egg collection. I'll say selected egg collection. Then I can say down here public egg collection. Then I can say yes, selected eggs collection. Then I'll do this. Then I can say here get. So let me stop my project. I'll say this is get, and then we can say that will return selected egg collection. But I also need to set. I'll say here set. You can see here it's saying set. So I'll say set. Here I'll say I'll just say something like this, set, and this will be equals to the value. Then I can have this as on property change. So I can do something like this. Then I can also say if selected change is null, if nothing was selected. So I can just instead of all this, I can just say here return. So don't do anything if nothing was selected. Then I can say my selection that equals to null. But now I need to define something here down here. So I'll say private async void. Then I'll say on egg collection selected. So we are expecting the egg collection, that is the one of the collection. So I'll just do here, I'll put in my try. Then I'll close this. Let me remove all this code here. You don't know what I mean. Then you can say here catch. There we go. Now let me close this. Inside here, I'll just say if the egg collection is null, then return. Nothing was selected. But when the egg collection is not null, I want it to go directly to this page, the page that so we need to navigate it to the edit page, passing the selected egg collection ID as a query parameter. So that's what we need to do. So we'll just come here and pass that, and here parameter, if we say registration ID, we should be able to see it. So that registration ID is what you see here. So this is what you see here, and we should now be able to, if we come back here, then we pass the ID. That's why we are passing the ID of the record. So you see here we are doing collection egg collection ID, then dot ID. So if I just zoom it, you'll see it here. So you see egg collection dot ID. Then once we do that, then that should take us to the page. So let me try to close this and we can format. So that's as simple as that. Now we've not completed. So you see this on eggs collection. Whenever this value is not null, it means the record has been tapped. So we should activate this and we should pass the value. So you should actually pass the value and then it will go to this particular section here. So then to get this value activated, we should get to the field collection list. We go to our collections. That is our list of data that we have, and we should be able to see how we are going to do that. So if you come here, we have the item source collection eggs list. Now there's one thing that we need to define. There's something called item selected item. I think we've been able to see that. So you see we have selected item. I'll put in my selected egg collection. Then I can say I want this guy, when they tap, they only tap one thing at a time. I'll say selected mode is single. So I'm not allowing multiple tappings here. So that's fine. So if we just try to launch our app, we should now be able to edit our record. So we just go and edit. So, and we are reusing the same form. So we have not created another form. We're reusing the created form, and it's actually the same as the form that we were using to add. So let me just go to the list. I'll go to the list. Then I'll just go to, so let me put a breakpoint. Let's put a breakpoint so that we see what is happening. So you see here, I'll put it here. If I tap on this record, any of these one, it will, if I click on it, you see, it will come with a value. So this value is a record ID. You see, it has an ID, it has location, it has all this data. So if we just proceed, it will come here. If we proceed, it will come here and our ID will be 1. So we just proceed, it should actually take us to the form. You see, that's taken us to the form, and all the details that we had filled is already there. For the location, I think we had not saved the location. Then you can see now we can update our record. But once we have this record here called, you can see here we have the farmer name, total trade, location name, collection date, agent notes. So if we click save, it will actually add a new record, and that's not what we are expecting. So we need to change our way of adding things to the database. So if you go to our save here, you realize that this one is just doing create. So even if you are updating, it will actually create our record, which is something that we don't want to see. So what we need to do here, we need to say, I'll just come here and say, we say if reg.id is greater than 0, and you can do this, and you can even say the record that can do this. Let's say here is not string that is null or empty. You want to check if that string is not null or empty. So that means this record we are updating. But also I want to remove this at the top here. so that it's only assigned when you are trying to insert a new record. So that every time a new record comes, it should not be having a GUID. So you can see here reg.id, if it's greater than 0 or is not equal to null, I'll need to close this. Is not equal to null, then that record needs to be updated. So I'll just say here updated async, and this one will be create async. So the update async that we had, you remember we created this. This method is now going to be used for updating records. Now we've been able to now create and update a record. I want us to change something on our model. You can put in a timestamp here. We say this is created on, just say created on, that we know when that record was created. And when that is done, we'll come here where we have our form. We'll just come here. Then we say here reg dot created on. Then we say date time dot UTC. We do that. So you can also do the same here, and that will be fine. So let's try to relaunch our app now. Then we can put this here. So we should now be able to update the record without creating a new one. So that is it. So our app is launching. So let's just wait and see. If you are watching our video and you haven't subscribed, please consider subscribing and comment down below. So I have my page here, so I'll just go to eggs. Then if I go to our list, if I click it, it will open our record. So I can select, you can see location 5 is now selected because you were able to pick it. Our farmer is also selected as farmer 2. So you're able to retrieve the data that we had saved. So we'll just select 10. And if I click save, you realize that this record had been saved. So the ID is greater than 0 and the unique GUID has a value. So that tells the app that that record is not a new record and we are now going to update it. So we'll just proceed inside, assign a timestamp, and it will update the record. So if you can see, we now have all these details here. So if we just proceed, our record is updated and we are good to go. So you can see we've been able now to edit the app and provide the details. But now this is one thing that we've done. I want us to go back to our list of so if you go to the dashboard, you realize we have this small dashboard here, which we are going to enhance going forward. But now I think we've been able to build our app, which is actually the skeleton of everything that you're going to use going forward. So I want us to start doing other things. So on this particular project, we have an API that we should actually start working on. So, but before, I think we can create our API. So we'll just come to new project there. Then I'll create here. So I'm going to create a simple SP Core Web API. So this one, we are going now to use it to connect to our app so that the app communicates with the database. So I'll just say new. Then here I'll call this poultry eggs. Let's say poultry eggs collection API. So then we'll be having our location here. Then our solution will be having, so you can say this is a new solution. Then we place solution and project in the same directory. If I say new, I'll choose here some things. So I'm going to use .NET 10. Then authentication type, I'll just choose none. Configure for HTTPS support, I'll just do that. Then enable OpenAPI support, that's fine. Then use controllers. So we just proceed and create my API. So I should be able to see my API. So you can see here, I now have my API created. So I have my weather forecast class, program.cs, and also weather forecast controller. So first things first. So let's add some. I usually find it easy to use the Swagger. So I'll just add Swagger here very fast so that we're able to proceed and do other things. So what I want us to do is I want us to come to browser, then say here add here Swagger. Just say Swagger, and we can add this NuGet. So you see here Swagger, so I'll add Swagger gen as well. So I apply, add Swagger gen, apply Swagger UI, I'll apply. Then we can add entity framework code. So you say EF code. So you're adding some NuGets. So you have EF code. We'll add that. Then we'll also add SQL Server because we are using that. Then we'll also add the tools. That's what we are using. Then we'll also, what else are we going to use? I think that's much what we need. So after we've added those two NuGets, remember we now have our app. Let me just come here. So remember we now have our app, and this is how our app looks like. Hope it's able to start. So for those who are new to this channel, we are kind of building a poultry eggs collection app, and we are happy that you are following this particular series. So we have our app now where we can collect data within the application, and we now want to have this data submitted to the API and also pull some data from the API. So we've now created our API, and I want us to start building our API. So the first thing, we need to go to our program.cs, and we need to use Swagger. So I'll disable OpenAPI. I'll just use Swagger. I'll also use Swagger UI. Then I can have these two here. Then we can also use something else. So here we can say use use add Swagger gen. I think that's simple. So if I try to launch this app, we should be able to see our app. That is some of the endpoints that we have. I'll just launch it. So if you're watching our video and you haven't subscribed, please consider subscribing, like the video, and also comment down below. So I'll just come back here to our app. So let's check our launch settings. It's actually running on which port. So this is the port. So I'll just come to I'll close these icons that we have. So these are some of the icons that we were using on the mobile app. So I'll just paste the link here. And if I do Swagger, so we should be able to see our API. So you can see here, we now have our API and we have our controller here. So we try this out and execute, we'll be getting some records. You see, we have some default data that we have here, but these are dummy data. So we don't need that. So we need to create the real thing. So the first thing that we need to do is I want us to create a model. And what you need to know is you are going to borrow some of the models that we had created on the mobile app. So that's the good thing of that. We'll just say models. Now, before even creating the models, we need to create our application DB context. So we are going to create a folder called the database connection. Say database connection. And then we're going to create a class called application DB context. I'll just say here application DB context. So our application DB context, this is our application DB context. So this DB context, we have we need to inherit one thing. We have to inherit a DB context. DB context. DB context. And it is actually from Microsoft Entity Framework Core. So then, if we do that, we need to have this. So we have our application DB context. We have our base options. Then we will be providing our entities here. But for now, we don't have it. So the first thing that we need to do, we define this. Then we go to program.cs. We need to register. We need to register that. And we are going to do here something called builder.services.add DB context. Then you specify that DB context. Copy the name and specify it here. So once you specify it there, then you do something called here options. We need to specify which database are we connected to. You can see here we now have application DB context options then use SQL Server. So this SQL Server, we need to import it using Microsoft.Entity Framework Core. I'll just click on it. Then here we need to retrieve the connection string, that is the connections to the database, from the default connection. So that default connection, we need to define it under app settings.json. I'll just come here, and if I zoom it, you should be able to see it. I'll say here connection string, and it's actually giving us a default connection. So you can see we have the name default connection. So this is the connection string and this is the default connection. Then we have our database. So if you are having connecting this to a server, then you'll connect via an IP address and a port. But the database, for mine, I'll be collecting locally. I'll just go to my SQL Server and click that. Then I'll see my server name here. So I'll copy it, go to the server, I'll paste it. Then under the database, I'll create a database. So here I'll create a new database, and I'm going to call it Poultry Eggs Collection System. So I'm going to call it PECS. Then that is my database. Then I'll just copy the name. Then I'll come here and paste it here. Then you can see trusted connection is true. Multiple active trusted result set is true. I can also add what we call trust server certificate. Trust server certificate. Then I can give this true as well. So that is my connection string, and this is now my connection to the database. It has my server, which is my laptop. Then my database that we just created, trusted connection, is true. Multiple active result sets, and I've added trust server certificate. Ensure this spelling is correct. Trust server certificate. So if you have an issue there, it will not work. So if you go to program.cs, this is now the name of and you don't need to use this. You can use a different name. So, but that's the default connection that we have. Now we have we can go back to our let me just open my Visual Studio, and we can launch our app. We just need to have two projects now. Remember, we are running the API and we have the app. So we have our app here. Remember, we had created some things. We had created farmers model. So I'm going to create that. I'm going here, and I'll move that. I'll move that model. I'll need that model also on my API. So I'll create the model here called. I'll call it farmer. So on the API, I'll call it farmer, which is singular. Then I'll copy some of the values that were there on the app. I'll copy this. Then I'll come here and paste it here. Now, here I'll also add another class called user activity. I'll also add another class called user activity. Then here, I can call it public string. Sorry. Just call it public string. Then I can call it created by ID. Then for now I can just make it nullable, but later we can change this. Then I can have here created date time. So I'll also be showing you how we can. So this is date time. This is created on. Then I want to ensure that we are able to track all those details done by users. So here we have modified. So these are timestamp. I'll also have these as nullable. I'll have these as nullable. Then I can also say modified by ID. So if you modified something, then we can be able to tell who modified what and at when. So if you go to our farmer model, then we can inherit our user activity. So then we have our ID, farmer, middle name, last name, phone number, date of birth, gender, ethnicity. Then for location, we need to create location, and I'll tell you how we are going to change the location. Then for location, remember we had created it on the app. I'll just come here and I can copy this. Then I'll go back here and paste it. But also we need to import user activity. So you have the location ID, code, name, and county. This one also I'll also select. I'll add another class called county, and we also have user activity. For county, I'll also pick the same thing. I'll say county name, code, and name. Then so this county, this will be county ID, and here this will be int. It will be a foreign key actually. So you can come here and say public. So this is county, and this is county. These are foreign key. So that's cool. So the same case for farmer, we'll be having int, and this will be ID. Then we can say here we have our location, and this is location. So this is a foreign key. So that's how you define that. Now, the next thing is ethnicity. I want us to add other things here. I want us to add system code detail. I'll just say here system code. If you watch some of our videos, you realize what we are doing here. I'll say here public. We'll just be having here public ID code description. Then you can also have the same as user activity. Then you can also have user system code detail. And I'll do the same. So I'll have the ID code description, then system description, then system code ID, which is linking back to system code, and it's actually a foreign key. Then also here we have user activity. So that's one thing that we've done. So on our farmer, ethnicity, we are saying here ethnicity should be ID, ethnicity ID. Then this should be int. Then remember, the way we are structuring this API is not the same way we are structuring the app. And we'll also be able to refactor it, so don't worry about it. So this is ethnicity. So this is a foreign key. The same case for gender. We'll have this will be gender ID, and it will be pulling from this table, and this should be int. Then we have date of birth, phone number, full name. That's for the farmer. So I think that's fine. Is active, we just have as a boolean. I don't know if there's any other thing that you can think of. Is there any suggestion by the AI? Nothing. So you can just copy that. For the county, that's fine. A farmer, that's fine. Location, that's fine. System code, that is okay. System code detail, it's okay. So there's also the agent. Remember, we had created an agent. So we have this table for agents. So we need to create here a table for agent. I'll just call here agent. And we have agent details. I'll just come here and copy all that. Come here and paste it. Remove that. So we have the agent ID. We need also to borrow the user activity. So we'll be registering the agents. And that agent should be tied to a user. So, I don't know if that is, yeah, that's fine. So you have we can borrow what we have on the farmers, gender, location, up to here. Then we have the agents, gender, location, that's fine. So you can see we have our email. So there's a better way you can also handle this. You can have the same table, but storing the user type. So, but for now, I think we can just go this way. I'll just put in that way. Then, since we have this now added, I can go to our application DB context, and I need to define all those things now. First, I'll need system code, and I can import our system code models. Then I'll also need system code details. I'll need farmers, and I'll also need field agents. I'll also need county, our locations. There we go. Then we also need so this is, we had created something. So public db set. We need the county, and these should be counties. So we'll be having a list of counties. Then we also have we've done county, farmer, field agent, location, system code details. I think it was only county that was left. So also remember the data that we were adding on the mobile app, this data here. So this data needs to be transferred to the API, and will be, you see this data here, will be transferring to the API. So we need to also have its table, which is the eggs collections. So this one. I'll just come back here and I'll create a model. Create a model for eggs collection. Then this model, we should be able to do a lot of things. So I want us to go back here, and I'll just come here and then paste this. Then here we can have our user activity. So farmer ID, remember this farmer ID is a foreign key from the farmer. So we'll just go to, we should be linking this to the farmer. So you should not send us eggs of the farmer we don't know. So we should actually know the farmer you are working on. So that's what we need here. Then also the agent, we should also not send us eggs, yet we don't know you as an agent in our system. Then location also should not send us locations that we don't have. This is ID, and this should come, the ID should come from the locations table. So this is the location, and this is the location ID. This should be location. So then that we can remove this. Then we have, because that's duplicate, we have it here created on. So just we've removed that. So then we have, I think we now have everything here. So I'll go now to the application DB context, and I can say here public DB set, then eggs collection. So we've been able to add that. But now I want us to do something. On our application DB context, I want us to check something so that we don't have problems. So if you go to our application DB context, we have to, I want us to add something here. So here I can say protected override, model override. Then I can do this. Then here we can have something like this, model creating. But for me, I don't have to do all this. I can say for each I want this. So for each relationship model get types, select many. Then I just want to do that. I'll say delete behavior restricted. So you cannot delete locations when there are agents that are already tied to those locations. So there is some restrictions I wanted us to put there so that it enforces that integrity. So after doing that, I can just come here and say tools, NuGet Manager console. Then I can say add migration. Then I can say initial migration. So just press enter. Those are two most important commands that we are going to run in our app. So let's just wait and see how this goes. Let's just confirm. So our migration file has been generated, and you can see we have it here. So you can see create table counties, create table system codes, create table locations, create table system code details, create table. All these tables here will be created. But now we need to update our database to reflect those changes. So we have another command called update database, which will translate those commands into our tables. So let's just wait and see. You can see all these are SQL statements being generated. So nothing else. So you can see all this. So this is like create. If you copy this, it's actually a SQL statement. If you go to the database and click here, then press enter. So you can see we have create table eggs collection list, and we have all these values here. So that's fine. If you go to the database, now the one we created, we should see we have tables. But we did not insert tables. That means we've created the new tables just from the commands that we done. So let's just wait and see if we have any tables in our database. So after doing that, then we are actually heading in the right direction. So if you're watching this particular stream and you haven't subscribed, please consider subscribing, like the video, and also comment down below. So let's just wait and see. There we go. So you can see we have our tables. We have the counties, eggs collection, field agents, system code details, and so we don't have any data currently. So the first table is meant for tracking to track the history, that is the EF migration history. But the others are not that much. Now, I think we've done much on that side. You can see this is our table. We have, for example, this is table for farmers. And we have the first name, middle name, last name, phone number, date of birth, gender, ethnicity, and all these details here. Now, if we go back to our API, I want us to scaffold all those things. I'll just come here, right click, and add, then use scaffolded item. Then API, then select API controller with action using Entity Framework Core. So then select our model. So we'll start with the location. Let's start with system code. System code, then application DB context, then it will give us. So if I just generate, then it will generate for us all the endpoints that we need. So how cool is that? So you can get all the endpoints without any problem. So let's just wait and see. So it will generate for us all the endpoints. So there we go. So all the endpoints has been generated. So you can see here we have all these details here. So we have our system codes controller. We can add another controller. So we can add another controller. We can call these system code details. I'll add it. Then it will generate for us. So there we go. Then I'll also add another controller. We've generated for system code detail. We can go for county. Let's just generate that. Then we can create another one. We have can do farmer or agent. That's fine. So let's also do that. New scaffolded item. We do for farmer. We're generating another one for farmer. Then so we've done counties, farmer, field, agent, system code. So we are remaining with location and eggs collection. I'll just do another one for location. So add for location, then we should be good. So here, then we should be adding the last one, which is eggs collection. So there we go. So we've added all these endpoints. So if I just launch the API, then we should be able to see all those endpoints. So I just launch and I update this. We should have a look at all the endpoints that we've added. You can see we have the poultry eggs collection API. We have the eggs collection. We have the farmers. We have the agents, location, system codes, and system code details. So all these details has been added and provided. So I think we are going to leave it there. So remember, we have been able to add this to information. We've created the API and we are going to proceed with our stream. So stay tuned and see you in our next stream. That is it, and